Chikore, Secretary for Presidential Communication, Head of Zimbabwe Deputy Management Office, Mr. A.N. Vumbe, His Worship, the Mayor of Victoria Falls, Councillor Somvelo Dlamini, Mr. Ara Dube, Town Clerk of the City of Victoria Falls, Chief Directors, Senior Government Officials, Development Partners, His Excellency UN Ambassador Edward Kalon, World Bank Country Manager Ms. M. Pundu, UNDP, UNICEF, EU, other development partners, Ambassador Dr. Arida Chinombori Q, Founder, African Diaspora Development Institution, ADDI, Captains of Industry, members of academia, representatives of civil society organization, members of the press, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. It is my privilege and singular honor to welcome you all to the International Convention of Zimbabwe's Economic Growth Strategy, Current Experiences and Way Forward in Matabele North Province. First and foremost, I would like to thank you all for taking time off your busy schedule and travel distances to come and visit us here. It is indeed gratifying to note that you have dedicated the next 3 days to be here with us for this very important convention. You are here in pursuit of pursuing His Excellency's Vision 2030, whose goal is to be an empowered and prosperous upper middle income society by 2030. It is time to come together and deliberate on strategies that will propel the economy forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not aware of any nation that has been able to develop without a concerted effort to engage and involve experts in relevant fields. Zimbabwe is no exception. We need the participation of experts, both locally and foreign, to help our national economy growth. The more experts we have participating in discussing, analyzing, profiling, and recommending strategies, the lighter the burden of growing Zimbabwe and achieving Vision 2030 will be. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second year of the implementing NTS1, and we should not just be counting years, but we must correspond with our growth targets and, most important, Vision 2030 of moving the economy towards an prosperous and empowered upper middle income economy. Your Excellency, this convention comes at a critical time when Zimbabwe, Africa, the global economy at large are realizing from the effects of the pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine conflict, with self-sustenance being crucial. It is evident that Zimbabwe exhibits great self-sustaining opportunities in different sectors, which includes mining, agriculture, manufacturing, tourism, and infrastructure, among others. Therefore, with the right policies and strategies, we can overcome these setbacks and keep track of our vision. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 3 days, let us dedicate our everything to discussing and analyzing all the proposed strategies and interventions and see if there is adequately respond to what Zimbabwe needs to achieve Vision 2030. With proper strategies, We foresee great achievement of higher level of industrialization, employment creation, and sustained economic growth and development. Allow me to say Vision 2030 can be achieved if all of us unite and work together for the common purpose of developing our nation at large. Nyika inovakwa nevene vayo, ilizwe lakhiwa ngabanikazi bayo, brick upon brick, stone upon stone. Let us shun corruption and embrace transparency and accountability. Remember, Matabele North Province is the tourism destination of choice, home to one of the 7 wonders of the world, the majestic Victoria Falls, the smoke that thunders. Your stay here will be incomplete without visiting and enjoying the majestic falls. Let's low tourism in order to grow the GDP of our province. Your Excellency, we as Matabele North Province, we are proud to be associated with 2 of the major projects in the economy, namely the Lake Gwai Shangani, and expansion of works at Wange 7 and 8 thermal station. The Lake Gwai Shangani, scheduled to be complete in the end of 2022 and is expected to be perennial water shortages, to end perennial water shortages and provide an agricultural green belt for the province. Expansion works at Wange 7 and 8 thermal are expected to add 600 megawatts to the national grid upon completion, with Unit 1 expected to be complete by November 22. While the other is expected to be completed by February 2023, will ease the energy supply constraints in the economy, which continue to undermine economic growth and recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you once again to the important convention. I wish you fruitful deliberations. To all the delegates, I wish you a wonderful stay in Matabele North as you embark on this 3-day exercise. To every participant, I encourage you to listen attentively and carry the correct gospel back home as we work to strive towards a prosperous and empowered upper middle income economy by 2030. With these few remarks, I want to thank you. Siyabonga, asante sana.
Thank you, Honorable Moyo. At this juncture, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development, Honorable Professor Mthuli Ncube, to actually introduce our guest of honor. Honorable Minister.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Commander-in-Chief of Zimbabwe Defense Forces, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, the Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution for Matabele North Province, Honorable Richard Moyo, Honorable OCZ Muchinguri Kashiri, the Minister of Defense and War Veterans Affairs, Honorable Dr. Sekai Nzenza, the Minister for Industry and Commerce, the Deputy Minister of Finance and Economic Development, Honorable Clemens Chidua, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Budget and Finance and Economic Development, Honorable Dr. Nyashanu, Honorable Im Sakwa, the member of the Portfolio Committee on Budget, Finance and Economic Development, Ambassador Kitikiti, the Deputy Secretary in OPC, Reverend Damasani, Deputy Secretary OPC, Secretary for Finance and Economic Development, and also our Director of Ceremonies this morning, George Tongesai Kuwamatanga. Dr. John Mangujga, to my right here, the Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, the Secretary for Provincial Affairs and Devolution for Mat North, Standiwe Ndumo Ngube, Mr. Ara Chikore, Secretary for Presidential Communications, Head of the Zimbabwe Debt Management Office, Mr. Vumbe, His Worship the Mayor for Victoria Falls City, Councillor Lamini, Mr. R. Dube, Town Clerk for the City of Victoria Falls, the Chief Directors here present, senior government officials, development partners here present, including the UN Ambassador, His Excellency Edward Callon, the World Bank Raise Rep, Country Rep, Mrs. Marjorie Mpundu, UNDP, UNICEF, EU, and other representatives here present. Let me also recognize Ambassador Arikana Chihombori Kwao, who is the founder of the Africa Diaspora Institute, captains of industry here present, members of the academia, civil society, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and privilege to introduce the guest of honor, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Commander-in-Chief of Zimbabwe Defense Forces, Comrade Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, to this inaugural Zimbabwe Economic Development Conference, Zedcon 2022. It is through his wisdom and guidance under the Second Republic that Zimbabwe has Vision 2030 and the National Development Strategy 1, which is now in the second year of its implementation. We are aware that His Excellency, the President, Comrade Idi Mnangagwa, launched Vision 2030 in September 2018 towards a prosperous and empowered upper middle income society by 2030, and the National Development Strategy 1 on 16 November 2020 with the thrust to deliver broad-based transformation, new wealth creation, and expanding horizons of economic opportunities for all Zimbabweans with no one left behind. Your Excellency, the major objective of this conference, running under the theme Accelerating Economic Transformation through Evidence-Based Policymaking in line with Vision 2030 and NDS 1, is for captains of industry, academia, policymakers, which is ourselves, development partners, to engage and deliberate holistically on issues that will impact the country's growth strategies and policies. The conference will provide evidence-based policy analysis and recommendations which will contribute to the formulation of the 2023 national budget. This conference, which is going to be an annual event, also forms part of the national budget consultation process. Through your astute leadership, Your Excellency, and guidance, we have realized notable achievements around fiscal consolidation with budget deficits remaining within 1.5% of GDP. The economy remains in a sustained growth trajectory, having registered 7.8% rate of growth in 2021, and is projected to grow at 4.6% in 2022. Your Excellency, on another positive note, month-on-month inflation has started to recede, and it will recede faster after we deal with the Nyayembudzi Yakataurwa. This is in response to a raft of measures that you, Your Excellency, announced in May 2022, and an additional raft of measures announced by some of us, being your officials, as additional measures to deal with the instability. In addition, progress has also been made in infrastructure development nationally, with major roads being rehabilitated, dams being constructed in support of irrigation development, guaranteeing food security. In Matabele North, where we are today, the host province, for this inaugural Zedcon Conference 2022, major projects include Lake Gwaishangani and upgrading of Victoria Falls International Airport, and the developments that we see in Wanke in coal mining and energy development. Your Excellency, to address water challenges, you secured drilling rigs as well, which are drilling boreholes in the Binga area under each chieftainship, including fishing rigs as well. Nevertheless, in pursuit of economic growth, we remain alive to the challenges that the country continues to face on the external and domestic fronts, including the global tensions and currency instability. To this end, significant emphasis is being placed on measures to restore macroeconomic stability, boost confidence in the economy, increase appeal of the local currency, the Zimbabwe dollar, preserve value for depositors and investors, and deal with market indiscipline to support the current robust economic recovery trajectory. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you our guest of honor for this Zimbabwe Economic Development Conference 2022, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa. Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, belongs to the first generation of this country's trained anti-colonial combatants. Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa was conscripted into the pioneering Liberation Army groups and trained in China and Egypt in the formative stages of the armed resistance that delivered the independence of Zimbabwe in 1980. His statecraft acumen mines deep on the vein of African liberation consciousness, which is vested on his bona fide subscription to the nationalist ideas of the late 1950s, which gave impetus to the full-blown anti-imperialist dislodgement of the 1960s. Having been an intimate insider of this revolutionary epoch, in 1961 and 1962, President E.D. Mnangagwa was actively involved in guiding the inception of the resistance strategies of the UNIP in northern Rhodesia and now Zambia, and ZAPU in southern Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe. He has acquitted himself as an ardent disciple to the People's Revolution after 10 years of imprisonment under the Ian Smith regime. This was after the review of his death penalty for his engagement in high-level operations to overthrow the illegitimate and much abhorred minority secular rule. His exploits and his immediate counterparts in the Crocodile Gang catalyzed the sophisticated reorganization and peak of the nationalist guerrilla operations, thereby planting a seed of motivation to countless youths in Rhodesia to join the armed struggle. After his release from prison, he was proactively involved in the re-engineering the military strategy and intelligence systems of ZANLA in the turning point to the fall of the British colonial bastion in the pre-independence Zimbabwe. After the Lancaster brokered independence, he was the high-ranking security chief to the late former president of Zimbabwe, Robert Gabriel Mugabe. Apart from his pivotal role in spearheading processes around the integration of the former Rhodesian forces, ZIPRA and ZANLA guerrilla armies, President E.D. Mnangagwa was one of Zimbabwe's long-serving cabinet ministers. He held the following high-level government posts: Minister of State Security. He was even elected Member of Parliament. I think that was 1985, Your Excellency. Minister of Justice and Parliamentary Affairs on 3 separate occasions. He was also Minister of Finance. He was Speaker of Parliament, Minister for Rural Housing and Social Amenities, Minister of Defense. He was, in 2014, he was elevated to be Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and he concurrently held the portfolio of Minister of Justice and Parliamentary Affairs. Then in November 2017, he assumed the role of the President and Commander-in-Chief of Zimbabwe Defense Forces. His 2018 election into office has served as a strategic dividend for Zimbabwe to continue on the upward trajectory to infrastructure development revival of industry, judiciary transformation, governance reforms, social cohesion, and national healing. Apart from his pursuit for Zimbabwe to be reintegrated into the international community after enduring 2 decades of isolation, Dr. Mnangagwa's administration has been target-driven to transform Zimbabwe into an upper-middle income economy by year 2030. President E.D. Mnangagwa is also a lawyer and a very successful farmer. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this point to invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, to officially open the inaugural Zimbabwe Economic Development Conference 2022. Thank you, Excellency. Tinokutendai siyabonga talumbwa.
May you be seated. Our forthright Director of Ceremonies, Comrade Gwamatanga. The Vice President, Minister of Health and Child Care, in absentia, Honorable General Retired Dr. Chiwenga. The Honorable Minister of Defense and War Veteran Affairs and Chairman of ZANU-PF, Honorable OCZ Mchinguri Kashiri. The Host Minister for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Matabeleland North Province, Honorable Richard Moyo. The Minister of Finance and Economic Development, Honorable Professor Mtuli Ncube, and his Deputy, Honorable Chidua. The Minister of Industry and Commerce, Dr. Sekai Zenza. Other ministers who may be here. Senior government officials, that's the Deputy Secretary, the Deputy Chief Secretaries in the Office of the President who are here, and other senior government officials who are here. The Governor of the Reserve Bank, Dr. John Mangunja, is with us here. His Worship, the Mayor of Victoria Falls, Councillor S. Lamini. Development partners who may be here. Also, I understand Dr. Chombori is with us. I recognize you. The academia who are here. Captains of industry who are here. Other invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before I attend to my statement, I would like to make a mild comment on what the forthright Director of Ceremonies said. Comrade Gwamatanga, it is fortunate that what he said has been said in Zimbabwe. You said it in China, would now have candidates for execution. But in Zimbabwe, of course, I as president don't believe in death penalty. We need to find other forms of punishment. And I think your statement was loud and clear. And we should not have people of that disposition in our society. Of course, we don't expect our society to be constituted by priests, nor do we expect that our society as a nation should be constituted by characters of that nature. We have a duty as government and as citizens to play fair and be remembered for building our country and not for destroying our country. I think we'll interrogate that subject at a different fora. Back to why I am here. It is my singular honor and privilege to officially open this inaugural Zimbabwe Economic Development Conference, which is being held a few days after we commemorated our National Heroes Day and Defense Forces Day. It is my hope that the ultimate sacrifice made by the gallant sons and daughters will continue to inspire us as we fight for the economic development, modernization, and industrialization of our motherland, Zimbabwe, as we march towards our Vision 2030. It is most opportune that this conference is also taking place against the recent presentation of the 2022 mid-term fiscal policy review, which highlights the positive milestones we continue to record as a country under the Second Republic. The theme, quote, accelerating economic transformation through evidence-based policymaking, end of quote, is apt and highlights my government's quest to mainstream evidence and research so that it informs policies and measures which are necessary to vault holistic economic development, which also ushers our people out of poverty and into prosperity. The concerted use of evidence in policy making will go a long way towards strengthening and fine-tuning the macroeconomic fundamentals of our economy. In an environment where our country still suffers from the albatross of the illegal economic sanctions, the evidence-based approach of policy making will undoubtedly ensure that our economy produces more value with each dollar that government spends on our various projects and programs. I'm informed that the government holds 76% of purchasing power in the economy. With that power, if government is awake, it has a lot of tools to deal with that economy to behave. As a result of sanctions, government is having to eat what it kills, drawing from our own internal resources. Reliable evidence as an input for policy development is therefore imperative for high-quality decision-making towards the prudent allocation of resources and improvement of service delivery and other public goods. the benefits of well-informed decisions or decision-making processes are indeed immense and include increased capacity for effective policy design, effective program implementation, and a better monitoring of performance, among others. And all this can only be accurately achieved if we depend on valid facts and evidence. The empirical evidence approach to decision making being advocated at this conference must never be merely an academic exercise. I know we have academics here. They are a critical component in the economy. We have also, in this conference, practitioners who draft policies. We have in this conference those who get affected by those policies. We also have standby comrades who find loopholes in these policies. But all these stakeholders are citizens of our country. The roles of some are more honorable than the roles of others. But at the end of the day, like Guamatanga said, you all have one lunch, one breakfast, one dinner, and they sleep on one bed. I can go on and on. Essential conditions for developing close links between service goals, implementation actions, and high impact projects and programs for the betterment of the quality of lives of our citizens and people must be the ultimate objective of every stakeholder in our economy, in our society. This conference must therefore conceptualized as part of my government's efforts towards developing policy relevant evidence, including processes within government that allow for the use of evidence on the efficiency and effectiveness of policy interventions. At any one time in the course of every nation, society puts up its daughters and sons to captain the ship of the country. And today you are the captains of the nation, and history has put you up for that purpose. I hope you be remembered for being resolute and patriotic about your country. Or you may be remembered as the group of a generation that undermined the development of their own country. It is commendable that the presentations at this conference have been divided into various thematic areas covering fiscal policy reforms, monetary reforms, monetary policy, trade and industrialization, informal sector development, and the public and private investments, among others. None of these thematic areas are important than the other. They are both and all critically important. And we should give them due respect. With that due respect given by the country and by government, then the participants in these different and various thematic areas should be honest in formulating policy and interrogating challenges to find solutions. This dovetails with my government's desire to build knowledge that will inform future budget and policy decisions. And going forward, the temptation of thumb-sucked approaches must be eliminated. Under the Second Republic, policy decisions shall be based on sound evidence through the use of broader factual and empirical inputs for ongoing policy development and program improvement. The responsibility of stakeholders such as yourselves in this room is therefore weighty. You have a very weighty responsibility to your country. In this present national development era. In this regard, your presentations at this conference must be objective and based on reality. Rhetoric must not be taken for fact. Never lose sight of our own uniqueness as an economy under sanctions. Our country has been hemorrhaging under heinous sanctions for over 2 decades. We must never bury our heads in the sand, but instead think outside the box and still grow our economy. It is none but ourselves who have the responsibility of developing our own country and our own economy. Let us not parrot foreign narratives, which are in fact perpetuated to stifle our capacity to economically develop as a sovereign state. We are a sovereign state. Our discourse must be informed by our own national interests and the fact that, as I always say, Nyika inovakwa nevene vayo. You are the owners of the country, and you must build your country. Do not spend time envying other economies. Spend the time improving the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as we implement the National Development Strategy, let us remain cognizant of the fact that bold and transformative measures are required to underpin the attainment of our Vision 2030. We have all the tools and instruments to achieve our goals. We have the economic practitioners. We have industrialists, captains of industry, economists, agriculturalists, miners, and the academia. And none of these sectors should not think they are superior to the other. I think that the one who makes tea for you in the morning when you wake up before you go is critically important, because you could also put poison in the tea. So it's important. Innovation, which is a desirable feature of policy systems, is central to the success of the National Development Strategy. And equally, the fostering of an enabling environment that is necessary for transformative economic growth remains key. And this is the duty of government, to create that environment for you to exercise your talents in the areas of your endeavor. Hence, the Second Republic is making notable headway with regards to economic reforms, while our re-engagement policy is recording some successes. The creation of a broad innovation ecosystem is yielding unprecedented breakthroughs. This is a result of government support and the capacitation of strategic national institutions, including strengthening their research and innovation capabilities. Additionally, the Education 5.0 philosophy has seen the production of goods and services and new ideas which will enhance the socio-economic growth and development of our country. This policy is designed to allow our young generation, the young boys and girls, young women and men, to expose and use their talents. We must allow those who are talented to develop and use their talents to give the nation goods and services which we want. So, as we deliberate during this conference, I challenge delegates to build consensus on how Zimbabwe can commit resources, various skills, and capabilities for the generation and use of quality data and research for evidence-based decision-making. I'm happy I'm not addressing a conference like the one I addressed in the morning. In the morning, I was addressing lawyers. Lawyers, by nature, never agree. And they're happier that way. But this should not come to you. Your debates should graduate from increased investment in data collection and analytical capacities in public organizations and lead to value addition in our decision-making processes. Going forward, events such as this conference should foster a culture of continued learning and unlearning and relearning for the accelerated development of our country. That burden cannot be put on the shoulders of other people except ourselves. We are a democracy, but not a democracy to be abused. We're a democracy to be constructive. We must thus continually inculcate the mainstreaming of evidence into budgeting processes and decisions, not only in government, but across other sectors of the economy. So those, there may be among you, civil society organizations, NGO, may I, with my rural English, tell you your role. Your role is to support various economic, social endeavors of a nation. Not to lecture how we must be ourselves. We are already ourselves. This must see us deliberately leveraging Zimbabwe's competitive and comparative advantages, particularly with regards to the configuration of our natural resources and excellent ecological endowment, as well as human capital skills base. I'm aware that our Minister of Higher Education and the Minister of Finance did an exercise to interrogate the skills base of our nation. Such empirical evidence must be used for the purposes of developing our country. What skills do we have? What skills do we need to go forward? What skills do we need to grow? What skills do we need to modernize and industrialize? Our academia have such duty to advise us. However, as you deliberate, you should also be mindful that the translation and accessibility of research knowledge is essential for the needs of decision makers and other stakeholders. So I would want to persuade our economic practitioners to give ear to the academia. Obviously, sometimes the academia deal in utopian thinking. But you can always sometimes find useful information from the academia. The culture of using technical language, which excludes ordinary citizens and the layman, is not beneficial. You have Professor Mtuli Ngube, a product of the best universities in England and America. But in your position is forget about those universities and thinking that you come from Cholocho. And speak the language the people in Cholocho understand. So in order to garner support for this new paradigm shift, it is necessary that there be development of a clear communication and a messaging strategy to leave no one and no community behind. The translation of the National Development Strategy into the 16 official languages is a case in point. And I thank you, Professor, for having achieved that, I think, through the university, MSU. Mm-hmm. I therefore exhort you to follow suit and ensure that all stakeholders are praised in a manner which they will comprehend. Of course, when we were young, I'll mention this one. When we were young, we took pride in speaking sophisticated English to impress girls. But one occasion in 1956, one of our teachers taught us, it was in Zambia, not one teacher then, what they called civic education. And this lecturer said, your parents pay taxes, and these taxes are used to build schools, to build bridges, to build roads, tarred and untarred roads, hospitals, and so on. So, students, you must know that all these things which you see, we have a hand in. So me and my cousin, we were walking in Lusaka. We said, so our parents pay taxes, so we have a right to use the road in the same manner the cars use the road. Then a car was coming from behind us, it hooted. We said, we cannot leave the road because our parents paid taxes. So this was a white guy was driving the car. He stopped beside us. We never left the road. And when we realized he wanted to beat us, we then ran away. And we went back to the teacher. I said, but teacher, you said our parents pay taxes and they have a right to use the road. There's a guy wanted to beat us when we refused to leave the road. The issue is everything must be regulated and we must obey regulations. In the same manner as we develop the country, there must be regulations we must observe, despite our individual rights. Ladies and gentlemen, my government has put in place sound economic policies and fundamentals, from our point of view, which instill confidence, support a stable domestic currency and a generation of foreign currency, encourage on tight monetary policy, and a favorable fiscal position. You may have different views, but I'm stating what we believe in. The onus is now on participants and other stakeholders to also play your part as we work together in the national interest of our country. The existence of these strong economic fundamentals is contrary to the recent exchange rate depreciation, which is driven by factors outside the obtaining economic realities. Precisely what Comrade Gwamatanga was saying, that if you convert the payment you are making, you eat 3 goats a day. Something is extremely not in place. Against this background, I exhort you, the academia in particular, to perform more rigorous research which will further inform policy and program decisions, especially in the wake of these developments. On its part, my government will continue instituting measures which enhance macroeconomic stability, boost confidence in the economy, preserve value for depositors and investors while dealing with market indiscipline. Going forward, I urge you individually and collectively to recommit to building a legacy of peace, love, unity, harmony, and honesty. I'll tell you something about honesty. In 1964, when I came back, as Professor Mtilo was saying, and I came back, I had gone out of the country when I was young. I went to Tanganyika, I went to Egypt, I went to China, and various other countries training. But when I came home, 1964, first to visit my mother. My mother, like all mothers, well, we were an ordinary family. My mother cooks sadza, ne not a stove, motoweni. So she was busy cooking, and I said to my mother, Mom, where we went, we boarded a plane. And this plane, I'll put it graphically in the manner I said, it went choo. And they crossed the clouds, and it was above the clouds. She looked at me, then she continued the cooking. Then I said, when you were above the clouds, it began raining. And you could see rain. You know, it was raining down there and they were up. Then also there was lightning. So we were up and the lightning was down. She stopped cooking. She got me by the hand and pulled me outside the house, the kitchen. But Shona, mwanangu dambudzo, tora chitanda uchere chikomba upfire mate, usafa wakataro nhema dzakadai pane vanhu. So I did that. Small, put my saliva and close it down. I'll never tell such lies again. 20 years later or so, after independence, her grandchild died in Zambia. So I had a friend in Zambia, one of the vice presidents in Zambia, sent me a small plane to pick me and my mother to go to, it was for Jameson then. It's now called what? Chipata. It's now called Chipata. So we took off from Harare, now RSG Mugabe International Airport, with my mother, my sister. She was sitting by the window side. we went above the clouds. Near Capo, not Capo Delgado, this dam, Kabara Bassa Dam. Near Kabara Bassa Dam, it began raining. I looked at her, she looked also. It was raining. In no time, there was lightning. Then I said, have you seen that man? Oh, those are funka. So I'm saying this to the academia. The academia may be ahead of us in terms of that research. At one time, what they produce may think is not good for us. But time will come when we realize what they are producing is good. So I don't want us to always dismiss the academia as persons who spend the time hallucinating. Let us all continue to diligently and honestly work hard in our various spheres, not just for our families, but for the good and prosperity of our great country, Zimbabwe. We have the honors to build the Zimbabwe we all want, brick by brick, stone upon stone, as I always say, as we march towards attainment of a prosperous and empowered upper middle income economy. After hard and thought-provoking deliberations, I urge you to find the time to enjoy the ambience or the various attractions in and around the city of Victoria Falls. Of course, there is the Victoria Falls here, or the Mosio Tunya near here. But let me tell you the facts of life. If Minister Bangalison Love, Minister of what? Tourism, advertises that come to Zimbabwe and visit Mosio Tunya, no one will come. No one knows about Mosio Tunya. But if you say, come to Victoria Falls and see the Victoria Falls, people will come. Although the Victoria Falls is not the Victoria Falls, it is Mosio Tunya. It's only that this gentleman called David Livingstone, when our humble and welcoming villagers around here took him to show him the Mosio Tunya, smoke that thunders. He then decided to name it the name of his queen, Queen Victoria. So please, we shouldn't worry. What we want is the money. Let us accept and advertise our Mosio Tunya as Victoria Falls. With these remarks, it is now my honor and privilege to declare this inaugural Zimbabwe Economic Development Conference officially open. I thank you. God bless Zimbabwe.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for those very insightful remarks, some facts about life and about honesty and many other teachings. I think that there was quite a lot in those remarks, Your Excellency. And I think we missed the opening prayer. But I think after the presentation that we have had, I think it's befitting that we need prayers after the presentation. So what we'll do now, may I request the Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance and Economic Development, Honorable Chudua. No, I'm not asking you to make the prayer. I am I'm asking you to do the vote of thanks, Honorable Deputy Minister, after which I will request the Reverend P.B. Damasane to do what is now be a more befitting closing prayer. At this juncture, may I request Honorable Chudua to come and give us the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Let me recognize the presence of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Comrade Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution for Matabeleland North, Honorable Richard Moyo, Honorable Dr. OCZ Mchinguri Kashiri, Minister of Defense and War Veterans Affairs, Minister of Finance and Economic Development, Honorable Mutuli Ngube, Honorable Dr. S. Nzenza, Minister of Industry and Commerce, the Deputy Minister of Health and Child Care, Honorable Manguiro, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Budget, Finance and Economic Development, Honorable Dr. Nyashanu, Honorable Musakwa, who is a member of the Portfolio Committee on Budget, Finance and Economic Development, Ambassador Kitikiti, who is the Deputy Chief Secretary, OPC, Ambassador, my apologies, Reverend Damasani, Deputy Chief Secretary, OPC, Secretary for Finance and Economic Development, Mr. GT Gwamatanga, Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, Dr. Mangundla, His Worship, the Mayor of Victoria Falls, Councillor S. Lamini, Head of Zimbabwe Debt Management Office, Mr. A.N. Bumbe, Mr. Chikore, the Secretary for Presidential Communications, Mr. Ara Dube, Town Clerk of the City of Victoria Falls, Chief Directors, Senior Government Officials, Development Partners, Ambassador Dr. Arikanda Chihombori, who is the founder of African Diaspora Development Institute, captains of industry here present, members of academia, representatives of civil society organizations, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I feel greatly honored to give this vote of thanks at this inaugural Zimbabwe Economic Development Conference. I'm particularly grateful to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, for creating time from his busy schedule to officiate at this conference. Your Excellency, we are humbled by the encouraging words from your official opening remarks. You are indeed an accomplished champion of economic development, as your concern for economic development issues is indisputable. This reflects your visionary leadership to achieve the National Development Strategy 1 targets and Vision 2030 aspirations of becoming an upper middle income economy. Thank you, Your Excellency, for shaping us. You just said we don't need external validation. We don't need external redefinition. We are already ourselves. Your Excellency, your physical presence with us here today is a fulfillment that you are truly a listening president who leads from the front. And you have brought to the fore the reality of our national development mantra, Nyika inovakwa nevene vayo. A prosperous society is possible through your visionary leadership. I would also like to express my deep sense of gratitude to the Minister of Finance and Economic Development for fulfilling part of his performance contract he signed with the president by holding this high-level inaugural Zimbabwe Economic Development Conference 2022. His direct involvement in one of the conference papers on economic complexity, diversification, and sophistication of Zimbabwean products demonstrates his dedication to evidence-based policy-making processes. Special mention also goes to the Permanent Secretary and his dedicated team for organizing such an important event, which will guide the formulation of the 2023 national budget through evidence-based and consultative policy-making processes. Let me also extend my sincere appreciation to the Minister for Matabeleland North, who is the Minister for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Honorable Richard Moyo, for hosting us in this beautiful resort town of Victoria Falls. I would like to express our deep sense of gratitude to the members of Parliament, in particular, the Chair of the Budget and the Portfolio Committee on the Budget, Finance and Economic Development for actively participating during the conference, which marked the start of the 2023 national budget consultation process. We are also indebted to our development partners, including the United Nations International Children's Emergent Fund, UNICEF, and the World Bank Group for gracing and participating at this occasion. We greatly appreciate the financial support from the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, which has resulted in the successful hosting of this important event. In addition, we would like to appreciate the support received from our local companies, namely the Agricultural Finance Corporation, AFC, Postal and Telecommunications Regulatory Authority of Zimbabwe, Potras, and the Kuvimba Mining House. This kind of partnership is critical as we gear ourselves towards addressing our developmental challenges as a nation. Allow me also to thank the captains of industry and the entire business community, as well as the academia here present, for preparing and presenting evidence-based research papers. Special mention goes to Dr. Chihombori for her insightful presentation focused on harnessing diaspora resources towards the development of this country. My profound gratitude also goes to panelists, the Director of Proceedings, for providing professional and constructive criticism, as well as raising issues for broader consideration during the sessions. Let me also extend my appreciation to our distinguished participants from different ministries, government agencies, development partners, the academia, the private sector, and the civil society for their insightful interventions and active participation during the deliberations. As government, we commit ourselves to draw some of the policy recommendations from the research papers presented during this conference for consideration in the 2023 budget and the review of NDS 1. I also wish to salute our security forces for guaranteeing the utmost secure, peaceful, and conducive environment for the conference deliberations to be a success. Let me express our sincere gratitude to the events management and press team for their immense support towards the success of this inaugural conference. We are indeed grateful to you all. In conclusion, I must mention our deepest sense of appreciation to the mayor, town clerk, and the local leadership of Victoria Falls for the warm welcome. Last but not least, we also appreciate the management and staff of the Elephant Hills Hotel for the excellent hospitality throughout this conference. I wish you all safe travel back to your respective destinations. May God bless you all. God bless Zimbabwe. I thank you. Ngiyalibonga dinotenda twalumba.
I'm just going to shout. Your Excellency, we're talking of appreciation, this is celebration. A small token indeed, given your words of wisdom that you gave to us. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, the Bible says all things work together for good. As I rise to lead us in this closing prayer, I would like us to go home with a reflection from 2 Kings chapter 4, where the widow who was in trouble with no one to tend to was advised. The record is of a miracle, but the details thereof are exactly what the president was speaking about. Miracles are in what we do, not what is done to us. Elisha asked two questions. What shall I do for you? What do you have in your house? The woman chose to answer the latter and said, I have nothing but a jar of oil. And Elisha said, okay, go borrow vessels from all your neighbors, empty vessels. Do not gather just a few, but many. And when you come in, you shall shut the door behind you and your sons. Then pour it into all those vessels and set aside the full ones. She did that. And the Minister of Finance has exactly done that. They shut themselves in and they borrowed vessels from the academics to put the oil, which is the giftings, the endowments, all those things that God made Zimbabwe possibly to have. And the widow went back to the man of God and told him what she had done. Elisha then said, go, sell, trade, and be productive of the oil, and you can pay your debts, and you and your sons can live off the rest. The two questions are significant, and the widow answered the most relevant of the two. The widow thought the oil was small, but God said, what you have is big enough for you. She said, but. God's but was bigger. Says, but it is big enough for you. What do we have, Zimbabwe? Go borrow vessels from the academics, and the vessels will enhance our oil. For the widow, the empty vessels created more room for her miracle. We need to listen more. and it gave her a lasting solution to her seemingly impossible situation. Borrow vessels and package the oil that is in your house, Zimbabwe. The conversation between Elisha and the desperate widow teaches us, as a nation, we have been portrayed as victims to the rest of the world for a long time, that we are now admonished to look inwards at our home and work on discovering, developing, and amplifying our gifts, endowments, and areas of strength to grow our Zimbabwe. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunities that you have given your people in Zimbabwe. Thank you, Father, that you have not only just given us life and opportunity just to have joy, but also you have given us brains with which we can work. You have endowed our surroundings with great wealth, which we can package and have ourselves even better than where we are. Grant wisdom to our president, we do ask, and his team of experts to borrow the right vessels so the oil in Zimbabwe may be packaged. Cause us as your people, O Lord, to wipe away the tears from our eyes so that we may open them to see clearly that the miracle we need is within us. All we need is wisdom and skill and work to amplify it. Bless these your people as they go back to their different homes and places of work. Bless the work of their hands. Bless the action of their minds. Bless them and cause that they may be productive and eat of their wealth and eat of their working. May the Almighty God protect you. May he cover you. May he cause the road to be safe for you and cause you to have success. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Damasane. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of this official opening proceedings. May we stand so that we allow the top table to depart the conference room, after which I think you have an opportunity to have your second goat for the day. Thank you.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, apologies, just a quick announcement. We do have one more session that's going on in the conference, and that will start at 2 p.m. So you have time for lunch now and relax, but 2 p.m., if you could please be back in the auditorium for our final last session for the afternoon. Thank you very much. Sorry, those speakers, the speakers and presenters, please can you go downstairs to the front for a photo shoot? Speakers and presenters, even the ones going this afternoon, the whole 3 days, speakers and presenters, front of the hotel, please, for a photo shoot. Thank you. Okay, whoops. Am I on? Is it on? Yeah? 1, 2, 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can hear me. Yes? Okay. All right. We did say we'd start at 2, so we are running a bit late, but of course, we'd like to get through the session as soon as possible. Welcome back from lunch. Now, before I forget, sorry guys, excuse me, we're going to start now. Before I forget, I'd like to make an announcement that there will be a bush dinner this evening at 7 p.m. Transport leaves the hotel from 6:30 p.m. And if you wish to drive yourselves, then you must drive behind the hotel coaches. So bush dinner at 7 p.m. Transport will leave the hotel from 6:30 p.m. Okay. I honestly don't know. Apparently, it's a secret place. They're taking us in the bush for a bush dinner. So it sounds quite exciting. So be ready for that. Okay. Now then, let's get our let's get this afternoon session on the road. Of course, we're still talking about institutional dynamics as a panacea to informal sector formalization. It's formalization, the modeling role of informal institutions. Our theme is still around the factor of informal economy to the growth and development of Zimbabwe. So then, if I can please ask Mr. S. Muparangi from the Manicaland State University. I hope he's here. Yes? Perfect. All right. Okay, please, a round of applause for Mr. Muparangi for his presentation. You have your thing there? Okay, good. There's your, just point it towards the table.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, that's the one. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Okay, my name is Simbarashe Mparang. I am from Manicaland State University of Applied Sciences, right from the heart of Mtari, Kumakomoyo, Kungoda, right? I'm here to present on this topic, institutional dynamics as a panacea through informal sector formalization, the moderating role of informal institutions. Right, the motivations behind this study. I am a lecturer of entrepreneurship and new venture creation at Manicaland State University of Applied Sciences. Each and every year, I give my students, each and every semester, an assignment to come up with a business idea and a business. And as part of the course. Now, what these students did, they actually came up with their ideas, their products, and etc. But now, when it comes to marketing, one of the students said that the supermarket, they're saying that they want tax clearance certificate, they want company registration documents. And then I told them, please go ahead and register the company. I took them, some of them, it took them 3 months to register. Some of them 2 months to register the company. And then one of the students came to me and said, see, I've got a better way, my own way of registering this company. I can assist some of these students who are failing and saying, what is this better way? I think she even noticed that this better way can fail at the module based on ethics. But what I did, I learned a lot from that assignment. Those students who worked in groups, they excelled. They managed to get some monies to register the companies and etc. And those who worked individually, they failed. It brings us to the topic of the day. the use of informal institutions. A lot has been said before in terms of informal sector formalization, its advantages, its benefits to the economy. But we cannot talk about formalization of the informal sector without looking at the institutions. What are these institutions which I'm referring to? These are not organizations. Institutions are rules of the game. Institutions are regulations. Institutions refers to how a business operates. Then the business, they become players of the game, right? In terms of institutions, we do have formal institutions and informal institutions. For formal institutions, we are looking at those are regulations which are explicit, be it government policy and procedures. Those are registration issues, constitutions. Then when it comes to the issue of formal and informal institutions, we are looking at social issues, the culture, the attitude. In this research, we acknowledge that formal institutions such as regulation, government policy, access to finance institutions, they have got a positive impact on formalization of the informal sector. But we are saying that their effect can be affected by the moderating role of informal institutions. So as part of my introduction there, I think I'll have to skip that one because we have already dwelled on that. Now, in terms of our theoretical framework, we adopted this from Fogel. We have got a conceptual framework on institutional dynamics. We say that there are 5 variables of the institutional dynamics. We've got government policies and procedures, which are part of the formal institution. We've got social factors, culture, norms, and attitude, which are part of the informal institution. We've got entrepreneurial and business skills, which are part of the formal institution. We've got financial assistance to business, which are part of the formal institution. We've got non-financial support, which is also part of the formal institution. Now let us look at each and every one of those variables. There is no doubt. Okay, sorry. Fine. Government policy and procedures. Of course, we know that government policy and procedures have got a very, very positive impact if they are effective on entrepreneurship success. We all know that government policy has got an impact on formalization of the informal sector. But now, the effectiveness of this instrument, government policy and procedures, it relies on a variable from the informal institution called corruption. Corruption can undermine the government policy and procedures as an institution. But if you look at the other hand, the issue of the Greece theory, it assumes that corruption is vital for entrepreneurs. It shortens new venture creation through shortcuts. They say it's the Greece theory. But does corruption necessarily grease the wheel or it sends the wheel? We arrive at our first hypothesis where we hypothesize that the positive relationship between government policy and procedures on formalization is moderated by a country's level of corruption, so that this positive relationship is stronger at lower levels of corruption. We move on to the next variable, which is access to entrepreneurial skills, the moderating role of attitude towards self-employment. There is no doubt there is a relationship between entrepreneurial skills and entrepreneurial success. But what we want to find out here is the moderating role of attitude towards self-employment. This acquisition of these skills now, they depend on the individual's interest in taking up entrepreneurship as a career, the individual ability to identify opportunity. And this could be determined through interest and passion of a person. And then we arrive at our second hypothesis, where we're saying that the positive effect of access to entrepreneurship training on formalization of the informal sector is positively moderated by attitude towards self-employment, such that this positive relationship is stronger with positive attitude towards self-employment. We move on to our next variable, which is access to financial institutions, the moderating role of collectivism culture. Entrepreneurs need funding to launch their business. There's no doubt for that. They need funding to divest their business. They need funding for startup growth and expansion. But there is an informal variables which can stand in way in terms of access to funding, the issue of culture. What is culture? Culture is the way we do things in an organization or in a country. In this variable, we use the dimensions from Ofsted, where he was talking about the issue of collectivism versus individualism. When we have entrepreneurs, we have got an individualistic culture. What do? They would believe that it's better to own 100% of a rat than owning 10% of an elephant. That's individualism culture there. Then those with the collectivism culture, they actually want to form strategic alliance with other entrepreneurs, be it with government departments, so that they actually succeed in terms of accessing finance. This one now gives us this hypothesis. The effect of access to finance institutions on formalization of the informal sector is positively moderated by cultural values, so that this positive relationship is stronger with the collectivism culture. We move on to the next variable of our study, formalization and financial performance. When we talk about formalization of informal SMEs, some they will actually think that we are talking this maybe in the interest of raising tax revenue. If we approach it that way, we will never be able to encourage informal SMEs to register. But let's talk about informalization as a way of enhancing their performance, because they will ask us, if you are to formalize, what's in it for us? We arrive at this hypothesis: formalization has a significant effect on on performance of SMEs. And also, we need to realize that recently our formalized SMEs, they will struggle during their first days because of increased costs and also the issue of registration costs and etc. And then we are saying that the positive effect of formalization on our performance of informal SMEs is positively moderated by market linkages, so that this positive relationship is stronger with government-led market linkages. Then we go straight to our conceptual model. I'm not going to explain anything here because it's just a representative of what I've been talking about, the issue of government policy and procedures, access to funding, access to entrepreneurial training. And then we are saying that those three variables, we don't care much about them because we already know their impact on what? On formalization of the informal sector. But those interacting and intervening variables, that's what we are interested in. I'm not going to talk much about the methodology of our study. This was a quantitative approach. We actually used a questionnaire, a structured questionnaire, to extract data from 1,130 informal SMEs as well as registered SMEs. We wanted to find out their attitude towards formalization. We wanted to find out their attitude. We wanted to find out their attitude towards formalization. We wanted to find out the issue of their experience in terms of company registration. We wanted to find out their experiences in as far as operating an informal business is concerned, as well as their performance. Now, let's move to the results of our study. First, we had to do a confirmatory factor analysis to establish issues to do with fit indices, and the results they indicate are best model fit as indicated by our statistics there. I will not dwell much on those ones because we've been told earlier not to be sophisticated. So let me move on to the results. So as you can see there, the comparative fit index, the normative fit index, Rho-mean square, they are all within the acceptable fit indices. And also we have the issue to do with the convergence validity to ensure that our constructs, they actually are contributing towards the measurement of what? Of our variables there. We move on to the results. Remember, at the beginning, we hypothesized that the positive effect of government policy and procedures on formalization of the informal sector is moderated by corruption, to such an extent that this positive effect is much stronger with lower levels of corruption. From the results there, we can see on H1 that this hypothesis is supported. Before moderation, we had a coefficient of 0.215, and it doubled after moderation of lower levels of corruption with 0.537, and we support that hypothesis. The second one was access to financial institution, where we say that the positive relationship between access to financial institution on formalization of the informal sector is moderated by culture to such an extent that this positive relationship is much more stronger with the collectivism culture. Again, we accept this hypothesis as indicated by our coefficient there. Now, I've been told to move to recommendations with 3 minutes left. It's okay. All right, formalization. On this issue of formalization and performance, we actually established that formalization can improve performance of the informal sector with a coefficient of more than 3.7. Now that's our structural equation, the structural model. I'm not going to explain much on that one. And the second model. Right, now we move on to our recommendations. Our first recommendation is on government-driven SME market linkage policy. What we are saying here is that government must lead the way in terms of consuming goods from the SME sector. This is a poor factor as far as formalization is concerned. Those who are in the informal sector, they will see the benefit of formalization from such kind of an issue. What if the government can reserve 30% of their purchasing requirements for the SME sector? It doesn't kill. We are not saying that substitutes anything for quality. What if the government can reserve a certain quota for government tenders on infrastructure to the SME sector? That's our first recommendation there. In terms of corruption, we recommended the issue of a full automation of the formalization process, be it the registration. If students from Mutare are facing difficulties in terms of accessing the registrar of companies, in terms of registration command, what about those in Gokwe? What about those in Mkumbura? These issues must be found online. People must be able to register their companies online. And also the issue of a full automation of this registration process to actually limit the human interaction and reducing the issue of underhand dealings and brown envelope. We move on to the issue of funding. We can create an SME funding pool driven by entrepreneurs themselves. We have got entrepreneurs who will be having free funds, and then we have got those entrepreneurs without free funds or without funds to invest. SME association must take the leading role in terms of creating a funding pool. And then another recommendation is the issue of funding prioritization. We do have the Women in Power Bank. We have got many banks assisting entrepreneurs with loans. But at the end of the day, these banks are just looking at issues to do with the business plans. Is your business plan in place? And then they give loans. And to such an extent that they give loans to those who don't even need them. I get a loan for business. I go and buy a Honda Fit. I go home. And those SMEs or entrepreneurs who are in need of funding, they are not getting the fund. So we are saying that prioritize those SMEs with entrepreneurial culture, those SMEs who deserve to get the funding. And lastly, the issue of formalization business clinics. This is all about training, creating awareness on formalization, telling these entrepreneurs that formalization is not all about tax. Formalization is not all about making it easier for government to collect tax, but formalization improves performance. Formalization improves the growth of the business. Ladies and gentlemen, I end here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause there for a colleague from Midland State University, Mr. Mpuparangi. Some key takeaways, and it's something that I think has been spoken about at length over many years, and that is government procurement policies linked to either Buy Zimbabwe. I know my friend Alois is here from Buy Zimbabwe, whether it's buy products from SMEs, whether it's buy products from local Zimbabwean companies, because of course the government is basically the largest procurer in the country. Also, this issue of funding. I know NDS1 does talk about funding for SMEs, but I think it's something to understand. How is that being done? What is the process? And more importantly, how is that being integrated into the entire holistic process of funding in terms of industrialization policy, trade policy, and so forth, where you're not forgetting about SMEs or MSMEs, or even to a certain degree, of course, the informal sector. Now then, without further ado, thank you, sir. Without further ado, let's move on to our next speaker. He will have 15 minutes. That's how much he was allocated. I mention this, of course, because my next speaker is Dr. Kanyenze. So, Doctor, you know what I'm talking about. All right, transitioning the informal economy to formality in Zimbabwe. A round of applause, Dr. G. Kanyenze, Ledger's CEO. It's working. What can I do? It's like Nigel. Where's Nigel? Oh, sorry, Nigel.
Thank you so very much, Andy. In the interest of time, all protocols observed. My task basically is to provide a snapshot, if you may, a thumbnail summary of a comprehensive process as well as draft national formalization strategy. It emanates from a cabinet decision to craft a national formalization strategy as mandated by NDS1. If you recall, if you've gone through NDS1, it actually speaks to the need to formalize the economy. So this is what we are presenting. And before I present, I just want to recognize colleagues from government that were mandated by the cabinet to coordinate, Vimbai Chiza and also Timothy Mudakureva from the Ministry of Labor. Can you just stand up so that no one will come to me with questions, they will come straight to you. So if you have any issues, these are the guys who are coordinating this on behalf of cabinet. So the issue is about facilitating the transition from the informal to the formal economy as mandated by cabinet. So essentially, for the past 7 or 8 months, we have crisscrossed the length and breadth of this country, consulting key stakeholders concerning their views around this subject of formalization. So basically what you see there is a summary of the whole process. We started off with a comprehensive review of the literature. We say in Shona Nzira inovhunzwa vari mberi, isn't it? You learn from other experiences. So we started off by combing the literature. There is so much work that has been done already in places like Latin America. If you may go to the internet, just Google FORLAC, FORLAC, which is the program for the formalization of Latin America and the Caribbean. Since 2001, they've actually, as a region, basically come up with a program of formalization. So there's a lot of experience that has actually been distilled from the experiences of Latin America and the Caribbean, country by country. If you want to check on Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Barbados, etc., you get there is a wealth of experience that is actually deposited on the internet. So we started off from there, and also a lot of the Asian countries have also gone through a process of formalization. Cambodia recently, I'll refer to that experience, especially when you look at some of the issues that we're grappling with, the issue of the one, they call it one roof service. We call it one stop shop here. So they've had their own experiences, especially with digitalization, as a way, and this serious business, as a way of really addressing these issues. So what we did then, we did a situation analysis. Fortunately, as I indicated earlier on, Zimbabwe started actually measuring informality using the two concepts, the two definitions, the enterprise-based definition, where you look at the characteristic of the economic unit, and the broader definition, which basically looks at the characteristic of the job-based definition. So since 2004, fortunately, 2011, 2014, 2019, and then those were done actually every 5 years. But recently, Zimstat has actually taken the decision to do annual labor force surveys, including the measurement of informality. And that started in the third quarter of 2021. So we got data for the third quarter 2021, the fourth quarter of 2021, and then 2 weeks ago, Zimstat launched the labor force survey results for the first quarter of 2022. So we're fairly up-to-date data and statistics regarding the informality and generally aspects around the labor market. So we did a comprehensive literature review covering also African countries that have actually been implementing not necessarily a comprehensive formalization strategy, but have highlighted specific areas or sectors that they've been actually working around. I'll come to this when we come to the policy priority areas that have actually emerged from this consultative process. And then we decided then that it has to be comprehensive. So we covered the whole of Zimbabwe, all the provinces. We covered at least 2 towns per province, except for Mash East, because we included also Mutoko. We covered Marondera, Macheke, and Mutoko because of the processing plant. So we thought it provides certain nuances that we also wanted to capture. Harare, of course, we also covered Heathcliff, Mbare, and Glenview because of the high concentration of informality in these areas. So you can already see that the focus was to come up with a demand-driven policy framework, which is not derived from government, but of necessity from the key stakeholders on the ground, and in particular, those that are actually the actors, the key actors in that space. So after we had done the comprehensive national review, because of Nigel's influence, Dr. Chanakira, we also had a special session for the Zimbabwe Economic Society because we felt this is a critical issue relating to economic development. So we had a half-day session with the Zimbabwe Economic Society, where we also presented the initial findings, and we had feedback, clarifications, corrections, etc., from that discourse. So I can say from here that this is a product of a very comprehensive, inclusive, consultative process that involved not only one particular government department, but we took a whole of government approach from Ministry of Labor, which was mainly coordinating other ministries, Ministries of Women and Women Affairs, NASA, around issues of social protection, as well as OSH, occupational safety and health issues, which are very critical, especially when it comes to artisanal mining. So we brought them on board to bring to bear the expertise and knowledge on this subject matter. So it was very comprehensive. When we had come up with a draft, we actually said it's not good enough to come up with a draft as well as an implementation plan, which highlights in terms of each of the 8 policy areas, priority areas, who is going to be responsible, who will be coordinating, which ministries, government agencies, other stakeholders that will take a leadership role, and other stakeholders that will also be particularly involved in that particular policy intervention. So we highlighted that as well, and we also came up with a Gantt chart relating to the prior when everything was going to be done. So that has been done. We now have a national formalization, a draft national formalization strategy and implementation plan. And then we went back to everywhere where we went to say, let's validate. Here is the first draft. Does it speak to what your inputs, what you contributed? So they removed what they didn't want, they added everything they thought should have been included, etc. Quite a comprehensive process, going back again to the regions, but we combined them. Like Bulawayo, we also combined Midlands, Matabele South and Matabele North. So we had that session in Bulawayo. And then we did the same thing, Masvingo, Manicaland, and Mash East. We had the validation session. So we validated the document to ensure that it is broadly owned. It has got an inclusive focus, and in particular, it is demand-driven from below. And then thereafter, we basically corrected what we the views that were coming. And then last week, as I indicated, we decided that given the importance of the formalization targets, we had now to use the latest statistics. And then, of course, we had to integrate the latest data that was produced 2 weeks ago by Zimstat. So that's the process, that's the journey that we went through. And earlier on, we didn't quite define what informality is. Before 2002, there was no formal definition. There was as many definitions as there were authors. You would look at a particular author, their own definition. Some called it shadow economy, parallel economy. Others called it the gray economy. It had all sorts of names. But then in 2002, the ILO, through the International Labour Conference, attended by government, labor, and business, they came up with this definition, which looks at informality as all economic activities by workers and economic units that are in law or in practice not covered or insufficiently covered by formal arrangements. Formal arrangements, the legal frameworks, registration, etc. That speaks to formal arrangements. So it doesn't include illegal activities. If you are involved in drug trafficking, trafficking of persons, etc., trafficking of arms, that's not part of what we are discussing. Illegal activities are dealt with differently. So I've already highlighted the aspect of the definitions. In terms of the comprehensive definition, the expanded definition, which is the job-based definition, as I intimated earlier on, what is quite interesting is that informality does not just speak to the informal sector. It also relates even to those jobs that are not covered by formal arrangements in the formal sector. So we've seen a lot of such jobs through supplier contracts around globalization. So we've seen an increasing level of informalization of the formal sector itself. And of course, the third aspect, the household sector, domestic employees, etc., that are also considered to be informal. I'm not going to go into details in terms of the scope, the characteristics. I'm sure that is what we covered in the earlier sessions. I'll just highlight some of the key things. I've already indicated that since 2004, we have had data on informality rates. And I think this is what comes out. You can see that's where we are in terms of the situation analysis. Right now, we asked the Zimstat to actually recompute the latest data because from 2019, they were using the new definition, which, as I indicated earlier, referred only to economic activities for profit or pay, for remuneration. So if you are not doing something, an economic activity, engaged in an economic activity for pay or profit, for example, subsistence farming, you are growing maize for your own consumption, you are not considered to be in employment, though you are considered to be in work. So work is the broader concept. Employment was much more refined and narrowly defined from 2013 in Zimbabwe. We applied the new definition from 2019. So for the purpose of comparison, we asked the Zimstat to recompute the latest data on since 2019 on the basis of the old definition. And these are the results. But if you look at the current latest labor force survey, for example, for the first quarter of 2022, it gives you a level of informality of 88%. It's 88% of all jobs that are informal. And then if you go to the third quarter, it's 86%. If you go to the 2019 data, that is 76%. And that is the basis on which NDS actually came up with the informality rate. You can see there that if we were to compare with the rest of Africa, Zimbabwe is atypical in the sense that informality levels are quite low for obvious reasons in Southern Africa because of the higher level of industrial activity, industrialization in Southern Africa because of settler colonialism, etc. You can see there that the rate is around 56%. But if you look elsewhere in Africa, the levels are quite high, around at least 78%. So you can see basically the numbers that we're talking about in Zimbabwe are atypical in the sense of Southern African experience, but quite normal in terms of the general African sort of experience. And of course, the levels are also higher where you don't have education or amongst young persons. So these are some of the issues. Let me then come on to look at the issue of the drivers. We already had in the morning, I think the World Bank highlighted the first two, the drivers, what is driving informality. And I think I'm sure they highlighted the first aspect, the macroeconomic challenges. inability, we can sum it up as inability of the economy to create enough formal jobs. In fact, we are destroying jobs rather than creating at the net level. So essentially, that's part of the challenge. I'll summarize it using some an observation from NDS1, which sums it up nicely. So multiple economic crises since 1997, no explicit pro-employment policy framework. I think this is a new dimension. What happened in 2004, following the realization by African heads of state and government that the so-called Africa Rising narrative, where African growth rates were surpassing the traditional 3% since the turn of the millennium. But then the observation was that that growth was not necessarily reducing poverty. And the reason basically was that it was associated with jobless growth, which was associated with the creation of informal jobs. I think that was the reason why. So, okay, thanks. So basically that sums up, we've looked at all those cumbersome legislation and so forth, all those dimensions have been discussed, so I won't go into those. The micro level determinants, skills mismatches, the skills that are coming from our universities are not, in sync with the demands of the, of the real world. So as such, they can't actually, most of the young persons leaving education because of that skill mismatch are not finding jobs, so they end up in the informal economy. Issues around low productivity that were highlighted earlier on, lack of access to markets, public procurement, issue of financial exclusion, lack of access to appropriate technology infrastructure, lack of voice and representation, and lastly, where it is a choice, which implies cost-benefit analysis. Someone can just say, well, what are the costs and benefits? Probably the costs are too high for me to be formal. The regulations, the taxes, and all those other things we discussed earlier, and they may choose then to be informal. So you can see here a summary. We say a stylized fact that emerges is that growth is a necessary condition for employment creation and poverty reduction. But if you look at the trend, the time series trend for Zimbabwe, you see our growth has been erratic. You can look at the most erratic growth there compared to an average sub-Saharan African country or average world economy. You can see that our growth is very erratic. It's very difficult to predict what's going to happen, isn't it? So it makes it difficult to plan. It makes it difficult, for that growth to be associated with employment, simply because of that erratic that is emerging from the macroeconomic issues and challenges that I've highlighted. So we've got a huge challenges. NDS observes that our growth is not is jobless. It's not actually where we grow. We are not actually creating jobs. So as a way forward, there are multiple pathways to formality, and the strategy can actually take either of these pathways. It can be addressing the drivers that I have highlighted, the drivers of informality, or it can be by type of measures, deterrent, punitive approaches, preventive or curative approaches, or by coverage, an integrated approach, or segregated approach, or under another form of coverage. It can be national, like in South Africa, KwaZulu-Natal, it was at a local government level, it could be national, or at a particular, at a lower level, or it could be economy-wide or sectoral. Say, for example, you just want to focus on artisanal mining, a particular sector, or agriculture. That is another approach that can be taken. It can be targeting specific categories of workers, say domestic workers, or economic units, or type of informality. So those are the pathways. In terms of our policy framework, the NDS, as I indicated, has got the formalization mandate. It says that we need to increase the level of formal employment from 24% to 30% by 2025. You can see that 24% was derived on the data informality rate in 2019, which was 76%. If you recall, now we're at 88% informality, which means that our formality rate is now 12%. Do you see now the challenge that we have at policy level? When we came up with NDS1, we were starting from 24%. But now we have to adjust now that target and start at 12%, because that's where the formality rate is. So one part of the strategy as well is to ensure that we arrest this negative, this regression, isn't it? The deindustrialization that is taking place. So the policy frameworks, you can see that later on, because the NDS indicated. We've come up with the strategic vision, what it's supposed to be. I won't go into details. We also came up with a theory of change for the transition from informal to formal in Zimbabwe. For people, that implies decent work, reduced poverty, and better equality. For the enterprises or economic units, it implies more sustainable and inclusive approaches through increased productivity that the World Bank was speaking to, and fair competition. For government, it entails increased scope of action, including through increased revenues. I think we heard from our colleague from Zimra that from a government point of view, that would entail greater fiscal space. We can already look at the other dimensions on your own. Let me just go through very quickly. It requires a gradual, it's a long-term thing. I think that was highlighted in the earlier discussion. It's not a short run issue. It's gonna be a long haul. So when we are coming up with our formalization, we have to realize that it's not going to be a quick fix. It's gonna be a long sort of process. So that's what we have to bear in mind. And also, I've already highlighted the pathways, so I won't spend much time again highlighting the same things. Let me just finalize with respect to the 8 priority areas, which actually are almost self-evident. The first one relates to pro-employment macroeconomic framework, deliberately putting employment at the center of what we do. There's a new framework thinking, even the IMF, if you recall Olivier Blanchard, the former chief economist at the IMF, he argued in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis that there's need now for the macroeconomic framework to include a social target, in particular employment. Traditionally, our macroeconomic frameworks just target financial stability, price and financial stability. But then the issue is that we need to also focus on pro-employment and stick it up there as part of our macroeconomic framework. And we need also to begin to look at every sector from an employment point of view. And we need also to adjust our budgeting so that we come up with PEB, pro-employment budgeting. We assess the budget in terms of the extent to which it can allocate resources, deploy resources to those sectors that are employment intensive, like agriculture, those activities that Dr. Mano was talking about, the value chains, agricultural value chains. That's where we get the employment multipliers. So that's the essence of a pro-employment budget. Public works programs, that's another approach which can optimize the use of labor relative to capital. So that's another approach that can also be deliberately and explicitly adopted within a macroeconomic framework that is pro-employment. The second aspect, I think I don't spend much time on it, we discussed it, streamlining the regulations, reducing the cost of formality, the cost of registration and so forth. Right now, if you look at the ease of doing business, you still go through about 9 processes for you to register. You have to go through various stages. And as was hinted yesterday, we still have a lot of work to do. So we include that as well, especially when we look at micro, small, and medium enterprises. I'm almost there. Enterprise development, I think that's straightforward. Entrepreneurship, these are the areas where Nigeria is very passionate. Creating entrepreneurial culture, teaching entrepreneurship even within schools. We need to catch them young and start at that level. So the issues of enterprise development, business development services, teaching people basic accounting, how to basically deal with labor issues, etc., so that they imbibe proper business ethics and know how to properly run enterprises formally. If we use the language, ngwava kukia, munari kukia kugona ngwava kukia kujingirisa. No, visa kujingirisa vanyatsoita zvinoitwa nachanakira zveshe. So that's the essence of the second aspect, the third aspect. Then the fourth aspect, addressing the micro level issues in terms of skills. You may recall all of us in our communities. Part of the challenge in terms of skills of this particular sector is that much of those skills have been acquired through traditional apprenticeships. You go to a village, you have got a problem with your car, you ask anyone, they'll tell you who can fix it. But that person does not have any papers to certify their competencies. So part of what can be done in terms of the way forward is what we started doing in 1980 for Black people whose skills were not recognized during the colonial period. We started trade testing, tracing them and certifying those skills so that they've got a paper. You start from skill grade 5 until they acquire the highest grade 1. So when you have got a paper, you've got something that certifies that you've got certain competencies. So those are some of the issues. Access to finance, we're discussing with the Reserve Bank. They are working on the financial inclusion strategy 2021 to 2025. So that is comprehensive to ensure that the informal economy also can access credit. The fifth one, access to markets. Even COMESA, for example, has got a simplified trade regime targeting cross-border traders. So these are some of the issues that we need to take advantage of so that the informal economy can also access those markets beyond their immediate environments. Access to finances, I've highlighted, access to infrastructure workplaces. Already something is happening. UNDP has been working with the Ministry of Local Government to basically establish these workplaces. In Bulawayo, there was an SME center at the OK Mart, which was a PPP, a partnership between Old Mutual and Ministry of Labor. I'm almost there, Andy. The issue of voice and representation, organized in conclusion. The issue of voice and representation, engaging them, organizing them. I think that has already been happening. VSET, there are a number of organizations. Bulawayo has got probably the better organized informal economy. And even Harare City even went to Bulawayo to learn how basically they related with that. The issues around the value chains that we discussed earlier on, that were also discussed by Dr. Mano, they also come in under enterprise development. Then lastly, the issue of cross-cutting issues, youth, women, persons with disability. We have to make sure that those are also mainstreamed. And then lastly, we talk about coordination, monitoring and evaluation. Then the issues are already there, but they are isolated. They're all over the place. I think Martin Jo highlighted, for example, the EU project under the Zimbabwe Agricultural Growth Program. There are programs around inclusive poultry and livestock value chains, for example. So already something is happening, but it's not integrated. It's not part of an integrated strategy. So the idea now, you remember his appeal was that the funding from the EU is coming to an end. Why doesn't government now take over so that it becomes a national program? So at least that's what we are saying. You can see there are so many activities happening, but now what we need to do is basically to integrate them. I was talking about my home area. Those that have never been there, this is what we can get there now with these programs that Nigel's Micro King helped create. So these are the Bulawayo Center that I highlighted. And then we have examples from Chile. I'm not going to go into details. I said you can see it on the internet. It's one good example. It's considered to be a best practice of formalization. Using most of the things that we were just discussing. You can actually see this on the internet. We do have a comprehensive from FOLAC formalization program for Latin America and the Caribbean. So basically, in terms of institutional, there is already a technical working group which is already in existence on the informal economy, including UN agencies, bilateral agencies, government ministries, etc., to discuss around issues of how to formalize. So already that thematic working group will be part of the governance structure that will be driving this process. And we are proposing also an annual employment forum where people annually meet to discuss progress in terms of where they've gone. There are lessons from experience you can read on your own. What is left for me is just to say thank you.
Please, a round of applause for Mr. Kanyenze. What I like about listening to him, you can hear he has incredible passion. So I've been trying to get him to, I said 5 minutes, 20 minutes ago, but you know what? I think it was worth it. Please, another round of applause. Obviously, we will hope that the organizers will be sharing all the presentations with you. So please try and give them your email address if you can. And also, just for two announcements quickly before I sum up on Mr. Kanyenze said, which is very difficult. Obviously, a bush dinner tonight, 7 o'clock. Transport leaves the hotel at 6:30. And those who want to drive themselves can follow behind the coach. Also, I understand that tomorrow morning there will be a plane leaving. Check-in is at 7 a.m. I understand it's a charter, and there will be the EasyJet later on at 10. So please, can you find out later on after the function, or maybe they'll give me the information beforehand, what time the shuttle leaves, etc., so that you don't miss that flight. Because if you miss the flight, I'm not sure that you can actually walk to Harare from here. I think it's quite far. But anyway, enough said. So forming up, I really like Mr. Kanyenze's presentation there, and I'm really looking forward to to the strategy coming out. Hopefully it will be coming out in the near future, because it's so critical to get this formalized economy, informal economy formalized. I think no one can dispute that. You just have to go downtown in any of the major city centers around the country. Just got to go to Mbare, those of you who live in Harare, and see the business that's happening in the SME, the business that's happening in the informal sector. And it's important to find a way of bringing them into the mainstream economy without, where's my Alzimra colleague, without just looking at taxes, because taxes, they're not going to come anywhere near you. I think that's the problem with the informal sector. The moment you start talking taxes and so forth, other countries have tried to put in cooperatives and associations, so they're not dealing with individual informal companies. There was an idea once from Tanzania where the president, Mungufuli, I think his name was, he actually introduced insurance for all informal traders, so they could insure a little portion of their goods. And they loved it because, of course, at the moment, they're completely uninsured. If they lose their products, if they burn or whatever, they don't get anything back. They go out of business, have to start again. But imagine every person on the side of the road can insure 30% of their products. It was a good idea, and they did it in Tanzania. It was highly popular and very effective. Just to throw a few ideas at some of the policymakers in the room. Right, anyway, before I move on to our next speech, it behoves me to thank our partners, AFC Holdings, Zimbabwe, Kuvemba Mining House, FSG, Potras, and the Zedcon 2022 affiliates, and of course, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, who have made all of this possible. Right then, let's move on without further ado. I'm assured that the next speaker has told me that he's going to get a prize from me for the quickest presentation that we've had for 3 days. So I'm going to hold him to that. And if he doesn't, well, then I expect a prize from him. Is that right? Yeah, okay, good. All right, so without further ado, speaking on avenues and opportunities, Zimbabwe's untapped commercial fishery, a case study of Radco Fisheries in Bundura, Mr. M. Mutoba from Mutopa Global Resources. Please, a round of applause. Sorry, a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. I think when somebody short is coming, you should make sure to adjust the camera, the mic. Thank you, Honorable Minister of Finance here present. I would like to acknowledge your presence. The reason why I'm happy that the Minister of Finance is here listening to my presentation. Actually, I was talking to one of my colleagues yesterday that I pray either the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe or the Minister of Finance, one of the two, should at least listen to my presentation. Why? Because what I'm going to present here is a game changer for Zimbabwe. It's something that we should not miss. So if we really implement this, we'll all proudly say, "Zvinhu zvakarongeka." Yeah, okay. I'm actually happy that the boss to the Minister of Finance was here in the morning, just some few hours ago, and he made a commitment that he's going to use the outcome of this conference to create a strategy for the development of our country, right? So let's start. I agree with Dr. Kanyenze on the issue of formalizing the informal sector. If you realize that a lot of speakers here from the first day, we've been trying to, dovetail around the issue of formalizing the informal sector. It is because the informal sector has an array of definitions. We don't have one particular definition. So myself, I'm not a professor of words, but what I know is that the informal sector is an unregulated industry, which is difficult to measure in terms of productivity, just like prostitution. So that's the biggest challenge that we have with the informal sector. Right. Just to reiterate what was said by Dr. Masiandim, I say that Zimbabwe has massive potential of unexploited products with export potential. As you were saying this, I felt like he was speaking directly to my presentation, which I'm here to discuss with you today. However, before I start my presentation, please be alive to the fact that Zimbabwe has all fundamentals. I'm referring to every fundamental, key fundamental to the establishment of a key commercial fishery industry in Zimbabwe. Oh, Andy, what's happening? Okay, so that's the structure of my presentation. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give you my introduction, methodology, global perspective. I'll give you the Ghana success story, an overview of Zimbabwe, investment opportunities, conclusion, way forward, and I'll sit down. Oops. Okay, as an introduction, we have to understand that Zimbabwe continues to suffer from low levels of nutrition levels. If you look at the 2018, 2019, 2020 ZIMVAC assessment reports, you'd realize that Zimbabwe is still facing a huge challenge in terms of the nutrition levels, especially with regard to child standard growth. So that's a clear testimony that Zimbabwe is a low consumer of protein. So we realize that maize and vegetables, they make up an average Zimbabwean dish. This one is a fact. Yeah, fine here, as the PEMSEC was saying that here we're eating a goat in the morning, a goat afternoon, a goat evening. But some of us, probably as we go home, our dishes will be composed of maize and vegetables. Right. Now, the recent epidemiological challenges has threatened the traditional animal husbandry. I think we are all alive to the fact that you've at least received a call from your area that one of the beasts, a cow or 5 of them, they've just died because of because of various diseases related, especially to foot and mouth. So that means Zimbabwe has to find an alternative industry which can supplement the production of meat, the production of protein. So there's need for an alternative agricultural industry to supplement food production. And at the same time, employment creation through agriculture remains one of the hanging fruits. We have to utilize our natural advantage, which is agriculture. So this comes to play that tilapia fish, especially the Nile tilapia, is a fast breeding aquatic species that we have to make use of. But now, first and foremost, for the study, I used expert interviews on key informants and desktop research. I'm not yet a doctor, so I'm not going to dwell much on this. The global perspective. Globally, China is the leading producer of fish. It's a fact. They're producing an average of 1.7 million tons per year. That, I mean, if put together with Asia as a continent, they're producing 4.2 million tons of fish. And this contributes to 68.8% of the world production. So basically the world production is actually centered in Asia. Egypt, which is in Africa, started aquaculture 4,000 years ago, and Egypt constructed the first modern commercial tilapia farm. And this was, it was constructed through the intervention of the Egyptian government. So that's like 1957. That's when they had to implement this. And this is 2021. Honorable Minister, can we implement this? So, as we look at tilapia farming in Egypt, it constitutes about 62% of the total aquaculture production. So, as you understand that aquaculture is a broad industry within the agricultural sector, but tilapia farming itself, it constitutes 60% of the total aquaculture production. Now, the Ghana success story, the reason why I call this the Ghana success story, it is because Ghana is now one of the leading producers of tilapia fish in the sub-Saharan region. How did this happen? Between 2012 and 2019, the period where Ghana's production increased spontaneously. What was the secret? What is it that they did that we are not doing? If you look at Ghana, what the government did, in 2012, Ghana established a Ghana National Aquaculture Development Plan. So it was specifically focused on improving the aquaculture industry. Now, if we interrogate our NDS1 document, it is very good. It is really focused on the 2020 vision. But there's one thing that is lacking. If you open the NDS document on the aspect of fishery, on the aspect of the aquaculture industry, it is quite silent. There's little, or probably, I'm sorry to say this, Minister, but there's little commitment towards the aquaculture industry. So I believe that if we are to take it from Ghana, what they did in 2012, if we do it right here in 2022, we can at least become one of the best in terms of aquaculture production. Now, per capita consumption of Ghana is now 9, it ranges between 9 kgs to 20 kgs. You're going to see the Zimbabwean scenario in the next slides, right? So this is because they realize that they don't have other strong means to have protein in the country. They realize that they've limited avenues in terms of to have protein consumption. So they realize that fish production can become the best source of dietary protein. Now, an overview of Zimbabwe. This is, to me, is very painful as I'll be going through this part. Zimbabwe is a net importer of fish-related products, just fish and fish-related products, right? We have the optimum climate suitable for tilapia fish production. Everything, like I said in the beginning, we have almost all the fundamentals that are required for fish production. Our annual production is 20,000 tons. And our national production demand, our NPD, is 60,000 tons. So that means we have a deficit of 40,000 metric tons that we're importing. So basically, that means we're importing 40,000 metric tons. That is huge. But now, in comparison to that, Zimbabwe is 10,747 registered dams. These are the statistics that we have, right? But against those statistics again, there's an estimation that we have an excess of 2,000 unregistered dams, maybe in those farms that are constructed, right? So that means in total, we've got 12,747 registered dams, which is the highest in the region, but we are not in fish production. We have one of the least thriving aquaculture industry in the region. This is a fact. Then our per capita consumption, now in comparison to that of Ghana, our per capita consumption is 2.2 kgs. Now in the region, within the SADC region, the general consumption per capita is 8 kgs. So that means we are really lagging behind in terms of our fish consumption. Now let's go to the investment opportunities. What am I proposing? The web effect funding model, whereby as a nation, as a country, we find breeders like Radco Fisheries, which is the second largest registered breeder of tilapia fish in the country. We use institutions like Radco so that they receive funding on a central point. And then they use that funding to provide fishery training in Zimbabwe. Because remember, I'm saying our industry of aquatic industry is non-existent. So it's more like we are starting it from the bottom. Let's talk of, Lake Harvest. It's not an industry, it's a company. I'm not attacking Lake Harvest here. Okay, fine. So Radco, in this case, is providing training, is providing the supply of fingerlings, and is providing the mechanization because they are more experienced, they know what is required. And at the same time, within the production cycle, they are monitoring. This is the model that I'm proposing. And with this model, Honorable Minister, the advantage is that there's no abuse of funds. There's no abuse of fertilizers. Like, you just see maybe a truckload of 30-ton truck of fertilizer is found at some person's farm and it's not being utilized. In this case, Radco gives training at the very bottom. The first test your capability. Are you able to engage in fish production? Do you have the facilities? Then they fund. If they don't have the facility, you are given the mechanization. They provide you with the mechanized equipment, and they provide you with fish training, and they provide you with supply of fingerlings, and they provide you with monitoring. Now, the beauty of this is that Radco is distributing to the farmers. The farmers, they produce within their various, water bodies, dams, etc. Then after production, they return back to the central point, the web point, which is Radco Fisheries. And as they return back, there are two options. Either they're returning as a raw fish, or they're returning it as a value-added product. Because, NDS1, we have to promote value addition. So the advantage is that, unlike other models that we can have in Zimbabwe, the advantage of this model is that farmers, they're given the chance to participate in both activities. And like in the case maybe of tobacco, whereby the farmers, they only farm tobacco, but they are not part and parcel of the value addition process. It means they are limited. So in the commercial plan, like I said, breeders like Radco can improve the national production. Then countrywide, if we're to start as a starting point, we can have around 5,000 farmers that can be incorporated into this project and produce at least 13,600 tons of fish per year with a value of 35.36 million before value addition. Now, the beauty of it is that in this model, which I'm proposing with the web effect funding model, is that small-scale farmers can be used to provide for the local market, while large-scale farmers can be used to provide for the export market. Communal free stocking. The communal free stocking, which I'm proposing, Your Honorable Minister, is that it will alleviate poverty, especially the rural areas, whereby those breeders of fish, tilapia fish, as you know, tilapia is a fast-growing fish species. So if it's deposited in the rivers, in the small community dams, in the rural areas, what it therefore goes back to that issue of low consumption per capita, to the issue of low protein intake. It will answer all those issues. In 2015, Radical Fisheries, they piloted a communal free stocking in Bindura. I believe there's a doctor from Bindura University here. One of your students, he was attached at Radical Fisheries. So what he did is they were conducting some sample testing and so forth. They discovered that in Bindura, there are 2 dams with no sign of tilapia fish. So what they did, he went and convinced the director of Radical Fisheries to say, can you at least give us some small samples of tilapia fish? Then we deposit into the dam and see how the multiplication and if the communities can benefit. So here's what happened. They were given the tilapia fish at juvenile stage. That is after 3 months from hatching. And they instructed the villagers that you are only able to harvest this fish after 3 to 4 months. Wait for them so that they grow, etc. But here's what happened. Exactly after 3 weeks, the villagers, they brought in nets, started to fish out tilapia. They started to fish out, filling buckets and selling. Because in each dam, in all those 2 dams, in each dam, they deposited 10,000 fingerlings. So they started fishing with nets. And it so happened 6 months, 1 year, 2nd year, 3rd year, 4th year. That's when they concluded that, Radical, they concluded that it's impossible to to fish out all tilapia in a dam. It's impossible. Because at 15 grams, when they're very small at 15 grams, they then start to breed, to hatch eggs and breed. So if we take this breeding system and then we at least provide villagers with tilapia fish in their river streams, in their dams, it means that over a certain period, villagers can start to earn a better life. Now, my conclusion and way forward, as I'm about to sit down, is that the global economy is enjoying significantly from tilapia farming. Why should we not? Remember, very soon, we're also going to be fully engaging in the FTA. And the challenge is that if we enter the FTA without implementing this, without an aquaculture industry, yet we've got 12,747 dams, it means we will not be able to participate fully in terms of our fishery industry. We will remain net importer, we will remain consumers of fish from other countries. We don't want that. Then availability of dams, funding, and cheap animal feed. Which one of these is not in Zimbabwe? We've got dams. We've got cheap animal feed. It's easy to produce feeding for fish. Then the government's role is central to aquaculture. Just like in the case of Ghana, the government made a deliberate attempt to create a policy to protect and to promote the fish industry. Similarly with Egypt, in 1957, they did the same. Why can we not do the same in Zimbabwe? National Development Strategy 1, I challenge it has to be reviewed so that it recognizes the aquaculture industry, tilapia farming. The NDS one cannot be complete without having aquaculture as one of a standalone business enterprises in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe has the potential and requires investment. If capacitated through this web effect funding model, at least 5,000 farmers can be incorporated at the first stage. Oh, it's refusing. I thank you.
Please, a round of applause there for Mr. Motopa. Funnily enough, I did let him go over his time, which means that he owes a tilapia fish to everybody in the auditorium. but no. But to be honest with you, it's fascinating that the beef, chicken, pork, we know about tilapia. We're all starting to eat fish more, but we don't produce it. However, I also challenge, because I think we mustn't get into a habit of saying the budget, treasury, etc. I think we also challenge business to start finding imaginative funding models. And really, treasury is there to be the facilitator, if I can call it that, seed. But really, it's about business finding funding models, understanding who can come in, different agencies, looking at the rural communities in Zimbabwe and so on. But it's just a thought, because there's only a finite amount of money, and we can't be all asking for money all the time. I think if you asked your mother and father for money all the time, they would chase you away. Now, just a quick one, but I did like that presentation. It made me want to get into fish farming, but unfortunately, I'm a Hararian. So if I could just tell you that, of course, I reminded you about the bush dinner, but also the charter for tomorrow. Pickup time is 6 hours. For those leaving on the charter flight tomorrow morning, check-in at 7 and flight leaves at 8. So 6 hours in the morning is pickup time, so you need to be here quite early in the morning. I'm sure if you speak to the hotel later and you wanted a packed breakfast, I'm sure they could do that for you, but I can't verify that. But I'm just giving you the timings. 6 a.m. The charter will leave the hotel. Right, now then, we have another 15 minutes presentation from Mr. O. Mudzingwa. He's going to talk about domestication and commercialization of tamarind in Gokwe North. Mr. Mudzingwa is from the Ministry of Local Government based in Gokwe. So please give him a round of applause. And as I said, Mr. Mudzingwa, 15 minutes. Is that the beginning? That's the end, right? Okay. So can you go to the beginning? That's what I said. Down. All right, so this is so that's up. That's so just press it once. That's down. You see? Point it towards the computer. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. Like Andy rightfully said, my name is Oswald Mzingo, and I'm working in Gokwe North as a development economist. Thank you, short person. As a development economist with the Ministry of Local Government and Public Works. As I was looking at all the presentations that were being done, I noticed something that we're all forgetting about the rural areas, and we can all agree that at the moment, what we know our rural areas, or what is popular right now in the rural areas, is aid. But we can all agree that an economy cannot grow on aid. Our rural development agenda, our rural industrialization agenda cannot be established, cannot come to fruition through aid, but through investment and trade. So my topic today is going to talk about the domestication and commercialization of tamarind in Gokwe North. Of course, tamarind is found in many districts in the country, but I was carrying out my research. I managed only to carry it out in Gokwe North. So my research was guided by the National Industrialization and Development Policy, which calls for natural advantage-based industrialization. And the commercialization of tamarind will actually complement the rural industrialization and the devolution agenda that we are talking about in the NDS1 and the one district, one industry agenda as well. So, okay. So previous studies have actually proven that tamarind and other indigenous fruits have been in our communities for a while now, and they actually promote food and nutritional securities and also household incomes for these rural communities. They actually use these incomes to pay for their school fees, gain access to better healthcare, and improve their homesteads. But you find that in these rural areas where we find the indigenous fruits, in Gokwe North where we find the tamarind, the rural communities are not really benefiting
from this copious resource that is found in their locality. So as I was carrying out my research, the main reasons that I found why they are not benefiting from the tamarind in Gokwe North was because of three main points that I managed to highlight: a lack of knowledge, a lack of support, and a bias of research, development, and value addition. When we're talking about the lack of knowledge, what we were really talking about was these rural communities do not have access to information and equipment that is necessary for the transportation, preservation, grading, storage of the tamarind. As we all know, these are perishable commodities and they have a very short shelf life. So what would result is would have high wastages of the harvested tamarind. If they manage to bring it to the urban areas, if they want to sell it here, they would have a low quality, and this would result in a low volume of sales. The other reason was there was a lack of support. We can all agree that prior to the national industrialization policy that we're working with now, there was virtually nothing being talked about when it comes to indigenous fruit trees. There was virtually no policy. We actually forgot about this resource that is just there for the taking. So there was no policy that supported the farming or protected these indigenous fruits. And as I might borrow from the panel in our previous discussion, one presenter was talking about Honde Valley. And we all know that in Honde Valley, they farm bananas, they farm pineapples, and other conventional fruits. So there is a bias when it comes to the marketing of fruits. All the bias goes to the exotic fruits that have a larger market, that they even included in national statistics. But the same cannot be said for tamarind and indigenous fruits. International trade in tamarind is it is established, it is there. And the biggest producer of tamarind in the world right now is India. They produce an estimated 300,000 tons of tamarind, which they export to the United States, China, Japan, and all other European countries. So you see that we can actually enter into this international market with our tamarind that is just there for the taking, but we're just leaving it there and there's nothing being done. So what can we use the tamarind for? Well, tamarind is a versatile indigenous fruit, and it can do a lot of stuff. It can be consumed as a fruit. It has a lot of pharmaceutical properties, and it is used to produce spices that can be used when cooking. I was actually surprised when I came across this. We all know that there is Knorr, and Knorr is in Zimbabwe, but they do not produce this tamarind soup mix in Zimbabwe. They actually sell this soup mix in Germany, and it is quite popular in all the European countries. But we do not know about this, and we do not produce this, but we have the resource that can produce this commodity, which is popular in the European countries. In Zambia, they have a fruit drink, which is being produced by Trade Kings. It's actually popular. And I was actually surprised to see it in Gokwe, this drink, and it's quite popular. You won't find it in the shop. If it comes, it's only found in one shop and it's always out of stock. It's quite sweet. I drank it once. And yet we have the resource in Zimbabwe, but we are doing nothing. So the pharmaceutical properties of tamarind they are quite a lot of pharmaceutical properties. It helps fight cancer. It helps manage diabetes. It is also important. It relieves asthma. It treats coughs and colds. It helps to prevent gout. There's a lot. It protects the liver, improves digestion. As you can see, there are a lot of elements. There's a lot of things that you can do with tamarind. And I can tell you that Gokwe alone can be able to produce up almost 20,000 tons of tamarind, because when I talked with the agri-tax officers, they actually told me that one tree can actually produce about 200 kgs, 220 kgs of tamarind. And in one word, because the research, I only did it in 3 words. And in one word, we can talk about 50 oskiste trees. Yeah, well, it has been proven scientifically to help sexually as well. Actually, when yeah, why? Well, and he's saying that you are. Okay, and he's saying that we are operating on a tight schedule. But I can assure you that when I was carrying out the study, everyone who came to Goko who knew about my study was interested in the project and was asking for a sample to bring back to Harare. So as I was saying, I did my research with no, I'm not an expert. Well, I did my research with the help of the guys from the Ministry of Agriculture. So the agri-tax officers that were on the ground, we actually requested that they carry out a census of the number of trees that were found in the wards in which we were carrying out our research. And you can find that we had an estimated of 50 trees, 40 in Ward 28 and 40 in Ward 29. Vis-a-vis the 220 kgs that was being estimated per tree, you find that with only these 3 wards, the amount of tamarinds that we can produce from those 3 wards is quite significant. And from our research, when we were interviewing our community members, the common uses that were cited by the people in the villages was that they used the tamarind as a food, they consumed it as a beverage, and they were also using it as a medicine, and they also sold it to earn income. But what was really interesting was that the medicinal uses had the highest frequency citation. Almost everyone that we interviewed said that they were using tamarind for medical purposes. And you would find that the reasons or the uses for which they used the tamarinds that they cited were in agreement with the scientific findings that we found when we were carrying out our literature review. So you find that the indigenous knowledge is in agreement with what is being talked about scientifically. If I may move on to my recommendations. So from our research, what we recommended was that the tamarind fruit should be promoted alongside the conventional fruits. As we all know from our marketing 101, the ideal practice for creating demand for a product is to rigorously market it. So if we promote the tamarind fruit alongside our conventional fruits, alongside our bananas, our avocados, we can actually expand the market locally for the tamarind fruit in Zimbabwe. And the urban populace will be willing to actually pay a higher premium for the fruit than their rural counterparts. The other recommendations that we came up with was we should strive to develop new products based on the tamarind fruit. Suffice to say, if we do venture into tamarind production in the country, we will have to develop a product that will have to be sold on the international market. And we cannot talk about developing new products without talking about patents. It will be important to study patents that are on the ground on the international market. So much that when we produce our tamarind products in Zimbabwe, we won't infringe on any patents that will be in the market as well. Then our third recommendation was that we reduce the marketing costs for the small-scale traders and the farmers in the rural areas. So how do we reduce the marketing costs for these farmers? We can actually improve infrastructure like roads. I remember a presentation in the morning, I think it was Mr. Kavu, who tried to carry out a research in Gokwe, but he failed to carry out the research in Gokwe because of the state of the roads. So the state of the roads alone can increase costs for small-scale traders and farmers in the district. So by improving roads, by improving infrastructure such as storage facilities, we can help to reduce the marketing costs for our farmers. Then last but not least, there should be a greater recognition about tamarind potential by our government. What we mean here is that government should give a greater recognition on the potential of tamarind that it can have in the market. So how can government give greater recognition to tamarind? Well, for starters, they can include it in our national statistics. We can require that Zim starts collecting information about tamarind and other indigenous fruits so much that we can find the value that they contribute to our national economy. We can also request, I was talking to my friend from ZIDA yesterday, and he was talking about the PPDF, it was the funds that are used for feasibility studies that are being released, that are supposed to be released by the Minister of Finance, right? So one of their challenges as ZIDA was that those funds are not sufficient, they are not adequate. So one recommendation that we can also talk about, which will involve greater recognition by government, will be the availability of those funds to carry out feasibility studies to allow for investors to come into the area. That is my submission, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sticking with it. Thank you, Anton.
Please, a round of applause, Mr. Mudzingwa. I think Ministry of Local Government in Gokwe, I think you look like you're doing them proud, sir. Well done. Please, another round of applause. I appreciated that. What's interesting is that I actually did a story a couple of weeks ago, and they are countries who are coming to Zimbabwe, and they are investigating our wild fruits, like for example, majanje, even tamarind and so forth. And they're taking them and they're learning to grow them in their countries. And what's happening is that we'll come to a stage where we're importing our own African fruits. It's going to happen unless we start looking at it. And another area I was doing a story on was the increase, for example, in insects exports into Europe. Apparently, they started to relax the importation of various insects in food. They use it in hamburgers, smoothies, and so on. So I think the lesson learned here is that our indigenous fruits, our indigenous products, there is potential in them. The question, of course, is how to unlock the funding for it, how to get into PPPs, how to create the export markets, and so forth. And I think that is the challenge that we lay down, not just to the ministry, to government, but also to private sector. I think that's important. Now then, if I may, I am going to be moderating this session, which means it's going to go very quickly, because I'd like to close up our incredible conference at 4 o'clock, which is in about 25 minutes. So if I could call up my panelists, Mr. K. Banda, Principal Country Economist, AFDB. Please, if you make your way up to the set. Mr. M. Mutopa, again, please, from Mutopa Global Resources, and Mr. Mudzingwa from Ministry of Local Government, Gokwe, if you could please come back up to the podium. Please, a round of applause for them. If you could sit in the first 3 seats. Could I organize some microphones, please? All right, please, just the first 3 seats would be great. 1, 2, 3, yeah? Yeah, that's great. Welcome. Okay, there's only one, is it? All right, so you know how to do it. Put it on. Okay, so we have had an interesting conversation today. This panel discussion is really going to be looking at not just the issues there that we spoke about in terms of indigenous fruit and so on, but also, I mean, it's interesting. I come from Morewa, and I always see so much mangoes just lying on the ground, or bananas that are rotting, or tomatoes that are rotten. That's not just about the fruit, it's also about value chains and how to get product to market. That's an interesting one. But I think I'd also like to touch upon the informal sector and see how we can, as Mr. Kanyenze said, formalize the informal, the kind of issues that need to be looked at to do that, possibly some countries where they've successfully done it, because you do need the informal sector to be part of the mainstream. And I think if I can ask Mr. Banda, as Principal Country Economist, AFDB, I'm sure you have some insights into what we're talking about. So please go ahead. Is it on?
Good afternoon.
1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Nube, all protocols observed. Let me start by recognizing Dr. Katira, who is the outgoing executive director, who has been sitting on the board of the African Development Bank for the last 3 years. And
please give her a round of applause, because she's done such a good job.
Thank you. Thank you. Coming to the issue of formalization, let me start by saying that I think the African Development Bank has been very consistent with the presentations that have been made in terms of the issues that have been raised. I think there could be some differences here and there in terms of the statistics, but I think the general trend is in the same direction. What we have noted from the situational point of view, I would raise maybe three issues. One is the fact that the informal sector is actually very associated with poverty. And we have seen that in the countries where they are more developed, the informal sector is actually smaller than it is in the countries that are developing. So you see that in developed countries, the informal sector is around 15%, but while in our countries, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, the rates are quite high, reaching around 80% to 70%. I think the lowest being around 30%. So, however, governments have been very slow in terms of recognizing the importance of the informal sector and how can we integrate the informal sector to the formal sector. Statistics show that on average, you have 55% contribution to GDP in most countries from the informal sector. That's the average. In other countries, actually significantly high. I think Zimbabwe is in that case. At the same time, we have also seen that decreasing informality is linked to decreasing working poor. So I think it's in the good of the country, in the good of everyone, that we push the agenda for formalization of the informality. Now, from the policy perspective, what are we promoting as a bank? There are mainly three areas that we're focusing on. First is to work with governments to develop their strategies for formalization of the informal sector. Other countries have moved forward to preparing this strategy on formalization. Others are still behind, but we're working with those countries to implement actions that would facilitate the formalization. For instance, I think it was mentioned earlier on here that we are working with ZIMRA with regards to issues of tax efficiency and tax effectiveness. This is one of the issues that will unlock the issues around bottlenecks on formality. The second aspect is with regard to access to finance. I think access to finance has been mentioned several times. What are we doing around access to finance? We, at the African Development Bank now, we are promoting what we are calling youth banks, because we have noted that most of these that are in the informal sectors, most of the actors are actually youth and women. So we have selected a few countries that are going to be piloting youth banks to improve access to finance for these SMEs. And lastly, a major issue for us is skills development and education. We have noted that those that are in the informal sector tend to have lower levels of education or skills. At the same time, you also see that the industry is saying there's a mismatch of what we need in terms of skill from what is actually being offered from our training institutions. So we are supporting countries in developing their systems for higher learning, TVET, to produce the sort of skills that we need to be able to facilitate the process of formalization. So perhaps I could stop here. Thank you.
Well, before you move on, maybe a question. You talked about the informal sector percentage being very high, 55% of GDP from the informal sector. But at the same time, of course, we know that I see from some of the presentations, our graduates, our educational system is producing quite highly trained and skillful graduates who seem to be going to the informal sector. What is this about? Is this about job creation? Is it about lack of formal entrepreneurs training? I mean, because we can't just say 50% are going to informal sector. Why? And what can be done about them either formalizing from there, creating their own businesses, becoming entrepreneurs, shifting into that formalization avenue?
Yes, I think it's perhaps from two perspectives. One is with regard to the formal sector not really creating the amount of jobs that we need. I think Africa is the continent that has got the youthful population, and the formal sector is unable to absorb most of these skilled youth into the formal sector. So you still find that in other countries, you have the youth that have actually been trained or they've got skills, but they can't be absorbed, and then they have to find something to do. So they end up as well in the informal sector. But also on the other hand, what we see is that there's a tendency of going into the informal sector because there are obstacles in terms of regulations, in terms of the lack of frameworks that will actually facilitate the formalization of especially the youth-owned businesses or women-owned businesses.
So if I may also, before I move on to the other panelists, I mean, there's three issues here. One, of course, is Mr. Kanyenze talked about labor discrimination. A lot of women, persons living with disabilities and so forth get discriminated. They don't have a voice. And actually, you talked about access to finance. So specifically, what are you recommending? I mean, specifically, if you had to break it down into just a few top points, what would you recommend for a country like Zimbabwe in terms of getting that informal sector to be formalized and becoming much more vibrant in the formal economy?
For Zimbabwe, my own opinion, I think it's about dealing with issues of regulation. I think Zimbabwe should put in place policies that would actually facilitate access to the formal sector. So I think Zimbabwe is one of those countries that has got a lot of skills from the youth that have been trained from the institutions that we have, but still we have very high rates of the youth that are actually in the informal sector. So what is it that is blocking Zimbabwe? My own sense would be, I think let's look at the incentives that would actually attract the youth or the informal sector to go into the formal sector. That would be the priority. Then linked to that, I think would be access to financing. Access to financing also works as an incentive. If I know that my business, if I'm registered properly, I'm going to be able to access financing, I'm more likely to be in the formal sector. So access to finance, how do we design the instruments that will attract those that are in formal sector to be in the formal sector? This is another area for Zimbabwe. I think for other countries that do not really have the skills like Zimbabwe, I think skills development comes in as a major issue, because in those countries, maybe most of the youth and women do not have an opportunity. They don't have skills, and they have more barriers to be in the formal sector.
It's a pity, because as you talk, there's more questions come. You say, and I'm sorry, gentlemen, I will get you, but you did have a chance to present anyway, correct? I'd like to hear from FDB. You talk about access to finance, but you're also talking about a sector which maybe has knowledge to finance. They don't know where to go. They probably, as you said, they may not have the skills. You yourself have said that. So how can you then get access to finance to a sector of the population that themselves don't actually have any idea how to access that finance? I mean, that, it's always to say access to finance, but the bridge between the two is obviously difficult. What are your thoughts?
Right. I think I can answer that question through an example of what we're doing. We do have what we're calling the Jobs for Youth strategy. And one of the issues that we are pushing in that strategy is business development services. Business development services that are eventually linked to access to financing. So you identify the youth that have got the skills, and then you give them the necessary support in terms of regulation, that they are registered properly and so on. And at the end, you are able to link them to a financial institution that is going to give them some financing. So you can develop some policies in particular sectors where you really want to drive that agenda of formalization and make it a deliberate effort towards formalization. Thank you.
Thank you, please. That was excellent. A round of applause there. I think AFDB. I think it's interesting for us to. I always say we never reinvent the wheel, should we? There's always AFDB, Afrexim Bank, other Pan-African institutions who have been doing these things in various countries around Africa, who we can tap into and get their knowledge and experience from. Thank you. Right, Mr. Motopa. Interesting. You know, you mentioned something, and you mentioned the model that you thought of financing for tilapia. You also talked about 10,000 plus dams and so on. So I throw it to you. If there's such potential, if there's 10,000 dams, if there's ability to export, there's obviously an increase in eating fish in Zimbabwe. Even I have started to move a lot more fish onto my diet. We've had a lot of fish here at the hotel. Surely there must be room for one of the things we discussed. I think Nigel handled one of the discussions on public-private partnerships, on so on and so forth. Surely there must be room to find a way of getting private investment into such institutions, working with government through the Ministry of Agriculture and so forth. I mean, what have you been doing about that, rather than just saying, I think government should help fund it in the budget or put money towards it to try and do this? I mean, surely there must be other ways apart from government just throwing money at it that you could do privately. What would your comment be?
Okay, thank you, Andy. I think I have to make a correction first. With my model, I'm not saying government necessarily should fund. No, that's not it. You see, the government's main responsibility is policy formulation. The main funding should largely come from the private sector, but government should protect us with policies. Like I said, for Ghana, the government took a first step. If the government makes the first step to protect the informal sector, but actually I don't want to say the informal sector, but to say the small scale industry. If they make plans like what happened in Ghana, first what they did, I think it must be 2017, they made a deliberate attempt by first banning the importation of tilapia into Ghana. First, they are now sure that because Ghana was producing around 10,000 metric tons per year. But in 2019, they produced 76,000 metric tons per year. So if you look the period between 2012 and 2019, Ghana was the fastest growing industry of aquaculture, tilapia farming in the whole world, not in the region, but in the whole world. So funding, it's open. It can come from the private sector. But what we want protection. We want a deliberate attempt by the government to protect, to create policies. Like the issue that I probably want to emphasize is that Zimbabwe, we don't have robust regulatory systems that protect, either if you're talking about the fish industry, which I spoke about, or the tamarind, which Mzingwa spoke about. We don't have even a regulatory board which protects our natural indigenous advantage. There's nobody that protects the richness of our indigenous things. So there should be a first deliberate attempt by the government. Then that way, even the private sector, they will have a confidence in putting their money within whatever the industry. Because right now we've got in Mbari, you see Mabero, Ehembe and the likes. But now on the next shop, there's a lady who's trying to sew clothes, who bought material maybe from India or whatsoever, and she's trying to sew clothes, but she can't. Because on the next shop, there's somebody who's selling a shirt for $2. Yet in terms of production, she's supposed to sell a shirt $5. So first attempt, it has to come from the government. It has to protect the industry. Then from there, we can grow.
Thank you. Mr. Muzingwa, tamarind, I saw the health benefits there. I saw tonsils, heart disease. I didn't see what we all expected to see, but I'll let you off. I'll let you off on that one. But you know, this issue of us not what's the word? Not really treasuring our wild fruits and indigenous fruits. I think
True,
it's not just tamarind. I think there's a
All-
lot of
all
other
the-
products all over.
all the
So what would
the
be
natural.
your, I mean, you did the research with your colleagues. What would be your, again, is it about policies? Is it about protecting these industries? Is it about, putting in, say, import controls? What are you saying?
Okay, I would like to agree with Mr. Mtopa. There is no regulatory body which protects our natural resources in Zimbabwe. But if I may go to Mwenezi, we have a vibrant what's the fruit? It's Mapfura. Yes, we have a vibrant industry for Mapfura in Mwenezi. If we can replicate that for all other indigenous fruit trees in the country, I think we can come up with something. Like if we establish like the value chains in the various districts, we can drive rural industrialization in the country.
All right, thank you very much indeed. I know I gave them a little chance to talk, but you did hear their presentations. Now, I am going to spend just a little bit of time. We had a very interesting day on informal sector was a major issue. We then moved to case studies about the fishery and tamarind industry. I think as good examples of possibilities. And of course, Mr. Banda there from AFDB telling us about examples. But what I would like to do, I know you're tired, but it is the final session. It would be nice to get some comments, particularly on the informal sector, formalizing it and so forth. I think that would be excellent. I see. Is that you, Mr. Dube? Cornelius, yeah, please. Okay, there's one there up. So please, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Andy. My name is Cornelius Dube. I'm from CZI. I think I would say probably I've been relieved, especially by the last presentation by Dr. Kanyenze, which probably was more balanced. Because when you're looking at informality, I think the approach that is normally taken might not necessarily be the right one. Because, for example, the trust, including the topics, might be saying you want to promote or to promote or to improve the informal sector. In other words, it's more or less like sounds an oxymoron because we actually want to promote informality. We wanted to facilitate informality. I think we should not be looking at that in that lens. Dr. Shikanyen's actually showed a presentation that the formal businesses are shrinking. In other words, there's a shrinkage in formality at the expense of informal sector. But why is that happening? He also had a lot of drivers of informality. After he has said that regulatory processes are difficult and all this, he also said, as a last point, he said choice. I think if we were giving weights, choice might stand out with a higher weight than actually the other factors. Because what do we see right now? For example, a question was also asked from the floor to say, how can productivity of the formal sector have a negative impact on the formal sector? We all know that, for example, packaging material right now, if you are selling packaging material, you prefer to sell to an informal sector player simply because they pay hard USD cash. They don't pay in local currency and all. And the reason why people opt to move from formal business to informality is because they are trying to escape regulation. There's no SI 127 in the informal sector. There's no FIU in the informal sector. So they prefer to charge whatever they want and they are charging USD. So when we are saying from the contribution from the floor that the Minister of Finance should actually provide the resources to support the informal sector, actually that is also another contradiction. Because you are saying resources that has been taken from a teacher or a nurse, which the permanent secretary was saying, should be given to an informal sector player who probably was once a formal sector player and ran away from that sector because they want to go and they want to avoid taxes. I think we need to be very careful especially on the policy recommendations that we are coming with this informal sector players. They are good for livelihoods, that's fine. But what is the cost to the economy of informality? I think we actually have more negatives on the presence of a huge informal sector than actually, because I also remember the moderator said that someone said the informal sector is a threat. That was my presentation on the first day. I want to repeat it again. The informal sector is a threat. It's not an opportunity or whatever, but it's a threat actually to development.
Well, I'd like if you have the ushers there, but I think I saw Mr. Banda nodding his head there. So Mr. Banda, maybe you could comment on that because maybe that is a point, Formal means people are being driven out of the formal sector. It's a threat. And Cornelius said it 3 times, so we'll take him seriously.
Yeah, I think I fully agree with, well, I didn't get the name, but Cornelius, I fully agree with you. I think once you are in the informal sector, that means government is not able to benefit from your services. Some individuals may be benefiting, but you're not, probably in the tax net and so on. So I think this is once you have a huge informal sector, I mean, it's got challenges on the fiscal position of the government. And yet you'll be demanding services from the government when you're not contributing taxes and so on. That's why I would like to see the informal sector being smaller, the formal sector being actually much larger. This is the case, as I said, in developed countries, you see that the informal sector is a very small one, while in our countries, you see the informal sector is large. So we should try to develop to make sure that we provide the necessary regulatory environment that would give incentives for those that are in formal sector to be part of the formal sector. So I fully agree with you. Thank you.
But and as you said, the more developed the country becomes, the more it becomes more higher in GDP and so forth. The formal sector, the informal sector shrinks and shrinks and shrinks until it effectively disappears. All right, there's a question there. I think we'll come to you. There's a question there, and then there's another. Please go ahead.
Thank you
Say
very
your
much.
name and where you're from. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Director of Proceedings. My name is Comrade Moyo from the city of Bulawayo. I just want to thank the presenters who were presenting about the informal sector, but I still believe that from a city of Bulawayo point of view, they have omitted another sector, the informal sector, which has a great potential, especially those which are modeled around culture and heritage. I come from a city which is very rich in that area of culture and heritage. And there's great potential in that. And that sector, it really requires a lot of resources to be promoted. There are a lot of value chains which can be developed around culture and heritage. You can talk about indigenous food. You can talk about arts and craft. You are all aware of people like Kondi Mhlanga. He was in that sector, culture and heritage. So I think when we talk about the informal sector, let us also look at those people who are in arts, craft, and heritage. And there's great potential if we also try to develop value chains around that. And there are a lot of youth who are employed in that area on culture and heritage. So I think, Honorable Minister, if I'm given a time, I can even give you a concept paper around that, so that when you craft your budget or whatever, let us not forget about that sector on which employs a lot of people under culture and heritage, especially for Bulawayo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much there from the city of Bulawayo, and thank you for traveling all this way to attend this incredible development. Thank you for that comment. There was a question there. There's 2 actually. Let's go with the gentleman in the safari outfit. Is that right? And then we'll come to our Reserve Bank colleague further. Please go ahead.
Thank you, facilitator. My name is Clemens Tadera Rabonja, from the Ministry of Lands, Agriculture, Fisheries, and Rural Development. Mine is a comment, really. Very fascinating presentation from a colleague on the fisheries industry. And I wanted to comment that I think as a ministry, we realized the opportunity that is there in the fisheries and aquaculture sector. And we now have a fully fledged department that is working on that. And we are concluding a fisheries and aquaculture development plan. And the model that you have presented there is quite a very important model. We are calling that value chain financing. So we would love to share that, so that that model can also be included in the fisheries plan. There is a deliberate effort to stock dams, the dams that you are talking about in the development plan. There is a deliberate effort to see that we stock these dams with fingerlings, and also target all irrigation schemes, nutrition gardens, to venture into production of fish of aquaculture. And just for an information to say that there's already a ban on import of tilapia because that's one of the products that we are producing already. So there is already a ban, and we are seeking to promote fish production. Actually, we allow imports of fish meal. So you can bank on us. We really want to support fisheries production, but what we need is the guidance from you colleagues. How can we promote the model that you've presented there? If we can get some of the recommendations that you think government can make, can do to ensure that that model becomes the entry point for value chain financing from the private sector, because really the financing of this sector should be a collective effort, government, private sector, the donor community, everyone. That would be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I was going to say, with my AFC commercial bank hat on, we have had discussions with Ministry of Agriculture about a fisheries program. So I think, so it's not a challenge, it's a request. Sit down, get each other's details, start talking, understand what the ministry, because Ministry of Agriculture is the one that can push policy and go forward and do that. All right, I think, oh, there was one more, was a question. Oh, there's a few. Yes, Deputy Minister, I'll come to you there. Deputy Minister, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Andy. Yeah, I just wanted to just bring some clarity in terms of what is being done by the government, especially with regards to value addition of some of our natural resources, especially the ones that are aligned to tamarind. Through Education 5.0 and also through the National Biotechnology Institute, we are exporting Mauyu powder. This is going to the European Union. We are also selling locally. It's only that it's not much, but if you go to the Manicaland area, there is value addition of Mauyu. I would also want to give you an example of Masau. We now have got the Masau drink. This is again in line with the tamarind. You go to Masvingo, the National Biotechnology Association at the moment is working on establishing a plant that is going to do the processing of magava, mangoes, and the avocado pears. All this is modeled along the tamarind that you are talking about. So I think there is something that the government is doing, but it's only that maybe we don't have enough information. But otherwise, we are working on that in line with Education 5.0. I submit.
Deputy Minister, thank you. So there are things moving and in certain areas. So you can see that the will is there. I think this is the point, the will to start moving to this. Well, the trick now is to start adding on that, adding on our building. As they say, everything starts with the first step. Oh, please, I'm sorry. Let me start with the things. I'll come to you. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere. Please, ma'am, go ahead. Are you on?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to make a contribution based on the experience that I had in the last 2 weeks when I was having my last mission visit to Angola. It's one of the countries that I was covering. I visited what is called Kwanza Market. That's the equivalent of our Mbare Market, what we see in Jaunda Market in Rwanda, and similar places, Makoni, Gazaland markets, where you find people are very much in the informal sector. So what government is doing now is the government of Angola, working together with the Africa Development Bank and other development partners, such as the European Union, they've come together and they've come up with a strategy, which strategy is in Portuguese, but it's being translated into English, because I said I want this to be replicated in Zimbabwe and the other 3 countries that I was covering. So starting point is government is assisting all the people in the informal sector to get birth certificates, get national ID. Once you have, you get that for free, it's provided for by the government. Once you have that, you go and you register. What kind of business are you doing? So all the people are registering, and there are different types of businesses that are taking place. If I was to ask people, what is going on in Mbare? what is going on at Gulf Complex, what is happening in people's homes. People are importing things in containers and they're selling, and it's all being sold through digital media, social media, and so forth. So once they've registered, they ask the question, what kind of assistance do you want from government? Somebody will say, I need some money. Somebody says, I need training. What kind of training? They're getting registered. So all those become incentives, especially the birth certificate, the national ID, the funding. Unfortunately, the resources are there. Women are not borrowing. And I was asking, why is it that women are not borrowing? And I was told that they have to get permission from their husbands, and their husbands are saying no. So all these cultural issues are coming into play.
In fact, Doc,
So I'm
glad-
saying
yeah.
we can learn from other countries.
We can.
They are not a threat.
Doc, while I've got you here, it's important because one thing that I have noticed over the course of the last 3 days is that there wasn't a session or a presentation on women, persons with disabilities, and some of the structures and policies that can put in place. But very briefly, your thoughts on that, women in the SME sector and the informal sector, and maybe some of your ideas about what can be done to really sort of lift them up, if I can call it that, get access to capital and so forth. Maybe very briefly, you could just comment on that.
Well, through the Africa Development Bank, we've also been working through what is called AFAWA, Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa. As of last year, the bank had actually disbursed about $421 million through microfinance institutions. And microfinance, we are talking about these very people in the informal sector. And what the bank does is we do not lend expressly the 421 million, but we leverage that about 4 or 5 times. So we are raising up to about $5 billion to lend to people in the informal sector, in microfinance, SMEs, and so forth, because we are recognizing the role that these people are playing, more so given the post-COVID era. These are the people who have anchored Africa. And we are saying, let's not forget them. Let's help them get out of the hole, get out of the valley. And these are the future entrepreneurs, and we need to support them.
Thank you. I think the discussion about women and persons with living with disabilities and so forth, I think it's a critical discussion that has to have, because obviously, you know, when you look at the numbers, it's 10% of our population. We're not talking about small numbers here. Right, let's have a last few questions, and then I think we should close, but yep.
Thank you very much, Rekai Katerere here. So I have just one contribution on the commercialization of tilapia presentation. I think we also have a huge opportunity to export tilapia, because I think since 2012 we've had an export advantage in frozen fish, and there are huge markets in Malawi, the DRC, and Zambia. There's huge appetite there for fish. Then my question was for Dr. Kanyenze. I just wanted to seek a clarification on the levels of formality and informality. I noticed in 2019 that we had the highest level of formality out of the statistics that you presented. I was wondering what was happening then that drove that increase in formality, or was that the impact of the definitions that you were mentioning had changed? And then I think for any speaker who spoke on informality, my question would be, how significant is the digital economy in informality? Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Godfrey, are you still with us? Where are you? I can't see you. But Godfrey, you do know you have a minute, yes? You heard the question? Do you think you'll be able to take the question?
Yes, we grappled with that, but we could not even come to a conclusive response, because if you saw the trend, 2019, not 2019, it was 2014, I think, that got to 94.5% that you are talking about. We grappled with that one, but we couldn't quite, understand why that, level went as high as that. So something that even Zim started with.
And what about the digital economy? Did you look at that when you were doing your studies?
Yes, we did, especially around streamlining registration procedures, etc. That is one aspect that is also included in the recommendations.
Yeah, but
reducing
think-
costs
yeah.
through digitalization.
But it appears as if we're now moving into this new era where people are now sort of underground by selling their goods and services through the internet, social media.
Yes, we looked at that,
Yeah.
eBay and other platforms. I talked about Comesa, the simplified trade regime, etc. That aspect of riding on digital platforms, yes, is also included.
All
We
right, now I
included
will
that
say-
in the paper.
I will say we have asked the organizers to share all of the presentations with you, and all the details of all the speakers are on there. So I think it's behoven on us to continue the conversation. There was, sir, yes?
Thank you. I'm Dr. Mangwiro, the Deputy Minister of Health. Mine is interest in the medical benefits of this tamarind. I sort of missed those, and I'm and I would love to have them repeated, or see we can meet, and really I'm getting interested.
All right, sir. Because the Deputy Minister of Health, I saw heart diseases, tonsils, but I'm sure, Deputy Minister, our colleague here will give you a full list. All right. So I think that's it. But I am again going to abuse my power as the Director of Proceedings, and I'm going to call on the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development, who actually, through him, this has been able to put on such an incredible first conference, Zimbabwe Economic Development Conference 2022. I'd like him to come up just and say a few words before I close. Honourable Minister, would you do that? Please, a round of applause, please. Right, gentlemen, thank you. Africa, thanks. That's the name for the minister. Well done, guys. Well done. Well done. Well done. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. I need your number. Congratulations. Good job. Thank you.
Right. Colleagues, good afternoon. Like most of you, I've been enjoying and listening carefully. Of course, I've not been contributing in terms of speaking, but I've been doing it quietly and silently, taking copious notes. In fact, I was listening to the presentation on tamarind, and I heard someone whisper to me, so, and I see Deputy Minister has asked. So I think I see a few people driving to Kokwe very often at weekends. Colleagues, I recall when we embarked on the economic reform agenda in 2018, we didn't have this kind of conference. We didn't quite consult in this way. As you can see now, we're consulting. We're using evidence. Some of you brought evidence to this conference in terms of economic research evidence. Some of you brought complaints. Some of you even issued threats. Some of you even said you're being threatened by others, including the informal sector. But you are all welcome. All of that is welcome in all our joys, our fears, our rigor, our desire to engage. This is what we're trying to achieve through this conference. Consultation, consultation, consultation. It will go a long way in us sharpening our policymaking efforts, especially going into the 2023 budget, fine-tuning NDS1 targets and so forth. All this will go a long way towards that. I've requested that all the kind of research papers, whoever submitted something written, we upload that onto the Treasury website, so you can just go into it later as archival material that we can consult and further fine-tune policy. I listened to some of the recommendations and analysis around monetary policy, around fiscal policy, and I was saying to my God, we've really come a long way. I often say that there was a time, not too long ago, when civil servants didn't know when their salaries were going to be paid. They didn't even know if they would get a bonus. We didn't have a pension fund. Now we have a proper pension fund for the first time in the history of this country. And it's running well. I still need to check some of the investments that they're making, by the way. But so far, so good. I haven't had any complaints. We didn't have monetary policy. Now we have monetary policy.
we've come a long way. Roads are being built. Some of you will say, oh, Zimbabwe dollar, this and that. But let me tell you, we cannot build this infrastructure without a domestic currency. What is happening, the existence of domestic currency is allowing us to build these roads and giving us resources to build these roads, the dams and everything that we're doing using our own resources. The informal sector conversation was quite interesting. But let me just make one small contribution. I'm also a student of history, Japanese history. So some of you remember the Meiji Restoration, which is how Japan modernized. They're very good learners. And then especially after the Second World War, after they lost the war, they introduced something very interesting in the industrial sector, which is the Keiretsu system. The Keiretsu system basically says that large companies must procure from small SME companies. So when I hear about some of the tensions from the formal sector and the informal sector, and I'm thinking, couldn't we make use of some kind of Keiretsu type thinking here, where the two sectors support each other for the benefit of each of them, rather than competing for space? Maybe there's a way in which we can use the Keiretsu system. And that's what they use in Japan. And it's been copied all over the world as a system that supports SMEs. I also listened to the contribution around the capital markets development, promoting the private sector. We really want to make sure that the private sector is adequately promoted. We want a private sector-led economy. So the more we do together, public sector, private sector, the better. We are looking for partners to revamp the road from Beitbridge to Bulawayo to Vic Falls. Any takers? PPP? And I'm serious. I'm deadly serious. We're also looking, I see Nigel Chanagira's hand is up. We're also looking for private sector players, PPP arrangement. That road, Nkai, Kwekwe, Nkai, Lupane, then it joins on to Vic Falls. If you had used that road, you'd have cut off 200 kilometers. I guess you all flew, for, is it $1,500 per ticket, Gomatanga? But if you drove, then at least if that road was working, you'd easily shave off 200 kilometers. There are so many opportunities for the private sector and government to work together. I was listening carefully on the contribution on digitalization, and I'm thinking, how am I going to start taxing advertising on social media? It's big business, and we're collecting nothing. But also, we're generating content locally, which is consumed globally, and again, we're not able to see any revenue stream to support our public services. I'm thinking about it. So no one raised it, so I'm just raising it. Colleagues, all I can say, so again, colleagues, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful 3 days, a wonderful listening to you all. Let's meet again next year. And we're going to come back. I don't think Nyashanu will come back here. I think this year we'll stay in Harare for the parliamentary retreat. We're going to do something similar. No, it's not similar, maybe slightly different. A parliamentary retreat prior to the crafting of the budget. And it will feed off this evidence that we have here. And that's why we have the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee among us, Dr. Nyashanu, Honorable Nyashanu. And so really, colleagues, thank you. It's been a wonderful 3 days. I've learned a lot. I've listened carefully. We'll take everything on board. Everything is very useful. And let's upload those papers onto the website. And Andrew has been fantastic. He's been up on his feet, moderating things, and making sure that we keep moving the show forward and helping us, get the best out of this discussion. I thank you all.
Round of applause for the Minister of Finance, Economic Development. Okay, so, we have been acknowledging and thanking the dignitaries, the minister, deputy minister, the PS, Professor Chakovati, Andrew Vumbe. But I'd also like to thank all of the Ministry of Finance staff, the directors who have played a part in all of this. I'd like to also thank Clive and Pamela. Where's Clive? There he is there. Clive has done a really great, please give him a round of applause. I really, you haven't seen what he's been doing behind the scenes. And also all the Ministry of Finance ladies who have been helping us. They're ushering. There they are at the back. Well done, everyone. Congratulations. And of course, the person that you don't normally see, or haven't seen, is Heliat Wishwail and her team, Titch, and all those who are at the back there in the office who put all of this together. I'm not sure if Heliat is in the room, but please give them a round of applause. They've really done such a fantastic job. And of course, I personally would like to thank the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, AFC, Holdings, Kuvimba Mining, FSG, and Potras, and all the other affiliates for supporting such a fantastic conference, Zimbabwe Economic Development Conference. And before I wind up, my final things, just to remind you, bush dinner, 7 p.m., transport leaves at 6:30 p.m., shuttle bus, 6 a.m. for the charter flight. You must pick up time at 6 a.m., check-in 7, flight leaves at 8. So I hope I will see you at Zedcon 2023. Have a great evening and safe travels back home. Thank you very much.